welcome back to another eFootball Championship Club Finals, our very last one of the season. Nerazzurri players from both console and mobile platforms will be looking to put their best virtual foot forward as they aim to represent Inter at the World Finals in Tokyo. As you can see here behind me, the stage is very much set. The players are ready to go, so let the games begin. Andiamo! Yes, hello and a very warm welcome to you all to the eFootball Championship 2025 Internazionale Milano Club Finals. As we said, this is our last rodeo of the campaign as we bring the curtain down on what's been an extraordinary season to date. I'm Summer Hunter and I'm very happy as ever to say that I'm here with my favourite duo when it comes to eFootball Championship competition, although it is with a little bit of sadness as well as we bid farewell for the season, but nonetheless. Let's do it one more time, guys.
Yeah, one last time into the breach. Very much looking forward to this one. The season has come and gone. There's still 2 World Finals places via the club event routes up for grabs, and 2 of them will be decided today. So let's find our last club representatives at the World Finals.
Feels like we were here just yesterday, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. No, we saw a great show the last one, but this one is the main one for the players who are here with probably the last chance to go to the World Finals, and that means a lot. It's marking your career to win today, so let's wish to have the best experience ever for them, and why not be at the World Final, which is the dream that every player can dream for.
We certainly have been spoiled, haven't we, across the season with so much wonderful competition. I imagine today will bring more of the same. Before we get into the details of what we can expect for today, let's just give you a quick look back at the road to Milano, the road to Internazionale Milano for today. There have been 4 rounds that were played out over the last month or so, as you can see, quite back to back to back indeed, and it has led to the offline tournament that brings us here to Italy, the club finals. And of course, this was played across the entire planet. There were 4 regions that have been competing for a place to be here today, and they are Eastern Asia, Oceania and other areas, Western Asia, Europe and Africa, and the Americas. So as we said, this is the last opportunity. There really is no other chance beyond this for players to actually represent a club at the World Finals. But before we actually talk about that, I do want to take a moment to take stock on what's been a great season so far, because we've had 5 tournaments, and I would just love for you guys to give me your thoughts, your opinions, just anything that kind of jumps out at you as to everything that we've seen up until now, because we won't necessarily get the opportunity to do so later on.
No, not necessarily. We said at the start of the season it would fly by, and it truly has. It's only been a few months since we kicked off the season, but here we are at our final club event finals of the eFootball Championship 2025. So everyone that has even made it to any club event finals, even round 4, the round previous to this, is a true champion in spirit, just because of how many. It's essentially 4 tournaments you have to win just to qualify for this stage, to then qualify to be into the World Finals. It is just cutthroat. So only the very best of the very best make it to this stage.
Yeah, that's the truth. No, we always take a look at the ones who qualify into the World Final, but just to be here today is a huge achievement. Just the experience overall, which is feeling like you are a superstar, no, representing Internazionale Milano, and at the end of the day, no, when our career passes, those memories, those opportunities that eFootball is giving you to the players across the world to have a full VIP experience, that's the best so far that will remain in our minds. So that's the good thing of this, opportunities across the world for people that you can realize, maybe watch a game in Giuseppe Meazza or be next to your idols, no, the football idols. So that's the best so far. But well, still wondering for, which is represent the team at the World Finals, be the champion today. It won't be easy. Won't be easy at all.
It never is, but I tell you what, these two have been enjoying the royal treatment, the VIP treatments here in Milano these last few days. They've been enjoying all of the pizza, the pasta, the gelato, all of the wonderful things that makes Italy so great, and of course, the football. So here's a look at what the players themselves have been getting up to the last couple of days.
Oi, eu sou Henriquinho, do Brasil, representante das Américas nas finais do Inter. Sonho viajar para Tóquio para poder disputar o Mundial e esse é o meu objetivo principal.
Hola, soy Patuxin, tengo 24 años, soy argentina y represento América para el evento del Inter.
こんにちは、私の名前はウディです。日本から来ました。東アジアの代表として今回インテルミラノで出場することは、小さい頃からの夢でしたし。
My name is Philip Frank and I am from Indonesia and I qualified from West Asia for Inter Milan Club Finals.
Hi, my name is Arda. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Turkey and I will be representing West Asia region in the Inter Milan Club Finals. So winning this club finals would mean a lot to me.
My name is Sakti Aulia Sulistyo. I'm from Indonesia and I represent West Asia.
Hi, my name is Nik Apriyamashvili. I'm from Georgia. I'm representing Europe and Africa in Inter Finals.
It means a lot to me to play for Inter.
We can certainly understand why it would mean so much for these players to represent Inter, not just here today, but of course if they get the opportunity to don that badge on their chest when they go to the World Finals in Tokyo in a couple of months' time. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at who these guys are. We can start with a mobile platform. Many of these faces you'll already be familiar with. However, we do have a few new ones in the mix as well. So let's just go through them all now. We have Frank, who is from Indonesia. He is the regional winner of Eastern Asia. We have another Indonesian as well, Sakti, who is the champion of the Western Asia region for the qualifiers. Then we saw from Georgia, Apriyamashvili. He is the regional winner of Europe and Africa. Last but not least, coming from Argentina. Typically we see so many Brazilians, but this time it's the turn of neighbor Argentina. Patuxan, who is the runner-up from the Americas region. So let's go ahead and get to know these guys a little bit better one by one. Why don't we start with you, since you're the expert on all things Indonesia, having spent so much time there, played there, you have teammates from there as well. What do we need to know about Frank?
Well, there is a name that has been sounding really strong recently. Is Onik Fran. No? He's looking for his first ever appearance at the World Finals. He's clearly the favorite, but we've seen before that he was struggling sometimes to keep the focus during the whole time that he takes the matches. So we'll see if today with his coach and his people behind rooting from home, he will be able to perform at his level. No, because sometimes we say, no, perform at your level here in the offline competition is the most difficult thing. He had the tool, he had the resources, he had prepared pretty well to be used to play with the Inter team, and I'm really looking forward to see a great version of him, and why not be one more Indonesian at the World Final, which it sounds typically later on.
Well, let's be frank then. Why not?
Why not?
Because Indonesia, as you rightly say, I mean, they obviously are a hotbed for talent these days. They actually have all of Asia completely under their domain, from Western Asia all the way to Eastern Asia. We have another representative as well, Sakti.
Yeah, Sakti, it's been a little while since we've read this name. If you cast your mind back to the Barcelona Club finals of 2024, he featured in the group stages, couldn't quite make it out that time around. You might recognise his name from other platforms as well, but he's here on mobile now. Listen, in his round 4, he had some very, very heavy hitters. Daniel, of course, from India, Jamon, Abduch in his region as well. In his round 4, just to make it to this stage. So do not sleep on this man. He is coming with a vengeance to join the hordes, it seems, of Indonesians at the World Finals this year.
Hey, 50% chance of having a representative in the World Finals, not too shabby, is. I mean, they have a brilliant opportunity here today to send yet another young talent to Japan. Right, tell me a little bit about Apriamashvili.
Yes, it's great to have him here, a newcomer at this scene. It's pretty amazing, the opportunity he's having coming from Georgia and such a lively experience, which has been here in Milano the full week, having the full experience. It's impressed me a lot. And the training room, he was really solid in the practice, playing against his future competitors today. But we always say, something is playing at the training room, but repeating that in the stage with the lights, with the cameras, is not that easy. So it will be the task pending on him to see if the newbie can be as strong as he was in the training room there at the stage. So, well, we'll see. I'm excited to be honest with him.
He certainly will be facing some very stiff competition in Patuxent because, Harry, if you take a look at the road and the path that he's had to go through, it's been quite an obstacle course to actually get to Milano.
It has indeed. He's one of the freshest faces coming out of the Americas, but you can see why just based on his round 4 track record. Just in the region in the previous round, Mendonça, Rental, reigning world champion, that is, Lamti, Lux, La Casa, El Misterio, and even just mentioning the world champion Rental, current reigning world champion, was in his group and beat him 3-1. This man did. So for Patuxent, I'm looking forward to seeing why and how he was able to best the reigning world champion in the previous round. If he can get it done here, he will be a very, very tough Argentinian cookie.
Ooh, I like that. An alfajor.
Sure. You said it.
Very tasty and also very tough, I have to say. But obviously, we'll see if your wish does come true. And we'll see if we find out the reasons as to why he was able to get past such difficult competition on the road to Milano. Now, let's turn our attentions to the mobile platform then, shall we? To console, my apologies. And we can take a look at the 3 finalists then for today. We have Udi from Japan. He was the regional winner for Eastern Asia. Arda Golazzo, somebody I'm sure you're already very familiar with, having appeared recently in competitions. He hails from Turkey, the regional winner of Western Asia. Then last but not least for you, Henriquinho, who will be very match fit indeed, having just featured only 2 days ago. He is the winner of the Americas region. So let's start with the Japanese man all the way out east, Udi.
Yeah, another name you might recognize the face or potentially the dance as well that we saw. He did that dance when he won the 2023 World Championship, beating Zilo 3-2 in that particular World Finals. Has gone under the radar a little bit, had a quiet 2024. I think this would be the perfect time to reintroduce himself to the competitive scene and show exactly why he won the world title 2 years ago and is chasing his second this year. Okay,
well, let's turn our attentions to Arda Golazzo, as the name would suggest. Of course, he's got plenty of beautiful goals, sensational goals in his locker.
Pretty nice story behind this young guy. Just at the age of 18, he was a former Inter Milan player at the eFootball Pro. So let's say this jersey, this color, it's really nice on him. Now, pretty nice story. He's living here in Milan right now because of the university for a year. So he's almost playing like at home today. So let's see if that's on his favor today. At the end of the day, he's a really technical player with a lot of control of the gameplay. He's looking for an appearance at the World Finals. And to be honest, this guy is ready for it. And let's go for it. Obviously, Udi, Henriquinho, tough battle itself. It's difficult to predict one.
Henriquinho, speaking of which, does come in with a little bit of a leg up, if you will, considering that he was in action just 2 days ago here competing. So he'll be match fit, he'll be ready to go, sharp as a knife, and potentially already has kind of shaken off those nerves and that pressure as well. How do you see him recovering, bouncing back from what was almost very nearly a ticket booked?
Yeah, so close but so far. Made it all the way to the final 2 days ago. It's not much time to lick your wounds, I'll give you that. But the player to which he fell, one of the best in the world, I think Henriquinho has a real chance at immediate redemption. There's not much you can say other than that. I mean, lots of players would love the opportunity, having lost a tournament a couple of days previously, to have another attempt 2 days after. Could be the perfect time for Henriquinho to strike.
Well, speaking of, why don't we just very briefly take a look at what's going on in the Players' Lounge, because as you might imagine, we're just about 10 minutes away or so from the first match. And the guys are getting ready, they're getting in the zone, they're going to be locked in and very focused. You can see the two of them just waiting in the tunnel there to come out and go into battle.
Derby, maybe.
An Indonesian derby, yeah, well spotted, well spotted. So I guess interesting then that there's no words exchanged, considering that they come from the same country, they speak the same language. They're very focused, obviously, on what it is that they have ahead of them, the task that is laid out in front of them, one of them looking to be that representative for Inter in 2 months' time. Nonetheless, we'll come back to them in just a moment. Why don't we run you through the schedule for today? As ever, we have so many games on offer, we can't show all of them to you at once. So for mobile and console, there will be matches that'll be taking place in parallel, but the ones that we will be showing to you live on stream are right here in front of you. Up first, we've got Frank taking on Sakti for mobile, followed by another mobile fixture. Apriamashvili lines up against Patukzan. Then we switch over to console to see what's going on in that world. Udi will line up against Henriquinho, followed by Arda Golazzo taking on Udi. Well, a double header for him then, the Japanese. Then we switch back over to mobile for match 6. It's match 5, Frank against Patukzan. Then for the final match of the group stage, it's to console once more, and we have Arda Golazzo lining up against Henriquinho. Now, it was really interesting to see all of these various players. As we said, some of them are very familiar. 2 former eFootball Championship Pro players who actually haven't played against one another before. We also have 2 former world champions, I believe it is. And on the other side, we have some new names, some new faces. And as we were discussing, probably the strongest country in the world at present, which is Indonesia. So how do you see this mixture of veterans and experience and trophy lad in glass cabinets against up-and-coming talents?
I can't wait. It just has storylines across the board. There's sort of a mini micro storyline going on at the moment, isn't there, Alex? We were talking before the show. The nation with the most players at the World Final so far is Japan with 3. Right behind them with 2 is Indonesia.
No surprise at all.
No pressure on Udi here to kind of maintain that national pride if you kind of buy into that storyline. But you're right, it really is the established nations against kind of the up-and-comers here. I'm looking forward to seeing who wins out.
No, we can't underestimate any of the players. It's so difficult to reach at this stage, to be here at the offline finals, and even for the newbies or the veterans, all of them are having the tools and the quality to perform and become the champion today. But obviously we have some favorite to the Frank as well. But at the end of the day, how many times during this season the surprises, they won't performing the best in the group stage. At the end of the day, maybe at the final they're struggling. Every game it feels like a final, and that's not easy as a player's perspective. So you can't concede any mistake, you can't lose the focus for any second at all. So let's see. First games will be really important today so far to see how are the players really at the moment in terms of level and intensity. So.
Well, we're going to have to wait just a few minutes longer, because we do want to just give you that friendly reminder that we always do, that there's plenty for you all to enjoy as well. So we have 500 eFootball points for you to collect, and it's very easy to do so. Make sure that you do that. And the way in which you're able to do that is by clicking on the banner displayed now in game. So there you have it, 500 eFootball points up for grabs. Make sure that you do that. And for those of you who are looking for something a little bit more physical, something you can touch, we actually have, ever so graciously, on behalf of Internazionale Milano, they have actually offered a kit for you to win in a contest. The way that you can do so is by entering via the QR code that is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen right now. Make sure that you do that, because it is a very special gift indeed, and a lovely memento of what is surely going to be a wonderful day of competition. And as ever, please do like, share and follow everything as it relates to the eFootball universe across all of our social media platforms. All right, without further ado, I think we are ready to go. It is business time. Yeah?
Oh yeah, here we go.
Here we go. All right, the first match of the day, it's going to be on the mobile platform, and it's going to be Frank against Sakti.
name is Philip Frank, and I am from Indonesia, and I qualified from West Asia for Inter Milan Club Finals. I am expecting to become the champion of Inter Milan and can qualify to the World Finals in Tokyo. I have been there last year to watch the World Finals, and I hope this year I can go compete in the World Finals in Japan. For me, playing football is like the same like playing football, because we have to think about our tactics and how to score goals and how to defend. So it's like very fun for me. I'm very proud to be Indonesian, because if I qualify, there is 3 Indonesian players who will play in the Japan. And I think we have a very big opportunity to become the world champion in console, also in mobile. Please support me, all Indonesian eFootball community, also my esport team, Onyx Esport. Please support me, and I hope I can bring the trophy back to Indonesia.
Hello, my name is Sakti Aulia Sulistyo. I'm from Indonesia and I represent West Asia to play in the Internazionale Milano in Milano. This is my last chance to come to Japan for the eFootball World Championship in 2025, so I will do as best as I can, as best as I know. I'm going to the finals, of course. Everyone wants to be the champion, but only one person can be the champion, so I hope it will be me, hopefully. I'm looking to travel to Tokyo again, because in 2023 I went there but I lost. This time I want to be the world champion. I play eFootball since I was a kid, so I feel very excited because the game is very realistic, and the gameplay, the statistic, and the animation, of course. I can describe that my game is just long ball counter, because I try to play defense first, because if you concede first goal, it will be a trouble in the future. So I try to defense first and take the counter attack. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang sudah mendukung saya sampai saat ini, teman-teman yang latihan, yang mensupport saya bisa berangkat sampai ke Inter Milan, untuk keluarga dan teman-teman semuanya. Minta doanya semoga saya bisa juara di Inter Milan.
Out of the tunnel they emerge. Frank and Sakti, countrymen turned rivals on our stage here. The 2 Indonesians will battle for the pride of the Garuda Nation. Alex, you know both of these way better than I, so I think it's only fair that you introduce them. Let's talk about Frank first. I know the name, I've seen the skills. What does this man bring that others perhaps don't at this level?
Yeah, definitely Frank. One of those names that we said before, sounding really strongly recently. It's kind of funny game in terms of they haven't faced each other. But just remember, Sakti comes from console, now into mobile from last year, and it will be an interesting match. At the end of the day, the most difficult is to get into a competition, to have a solid first game. We saw many legends players having a hard time always in the first match. So securing the victory now will be a great input into the competition. Coming back to Frank, is a player who loves to dominate the control of the match. He feels comfortable having the possession, turning around, waiting some mistake, waiting some player running out of position, forcing that. Now with the Inter Milano, with Simone Inzaghi, the out wide play style is the main one, so most of the player I expect to see them using it. So that will mean that your gameplay, your build-up play has to be really widely, you well use it. Maybe we'll have some 5 center back formation with fullbacks approaching with some winger to make some superiority with the opponent defenders. So it will be maybe a really slow pace of the game mostly, but more tactically, and maybe mistakes will be, as always, a great point to take a look with. And overall, a lot to say about Frank, as well to Sakti. As we say before, Harry, he have experience at the World Finals. Probably, most likely, he's looking for another opportunity. He came in the very last moment here to make it possible. It seems to be tough for him, but at the end of the day, this player has nothing to lose and a lot to win. It's a really open competition for everyone here at Mobile, so let's wish the best for them and may the best win.
Just a moment of pause and reflection, time for a prayer for Sakti, who, as you said, comes from console. It's not often we see players transition between platforms. He is someone, though, that knows the game and has been competing for so long that he does know the game inside and out, and that sometimes can transition across to mobile.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the gameplay is pretty similar tactically in how to dominate the tactics. So if you come from console, you basically know all the tools, all the resources that you can use it on mobile. But at the end of the day, you need to get used to the phone, and then you play with the fingers. You need to be really fast. Somehow, physically, is slightly different. I was a player also from console moving to mobile. I think I can be really good, but you need that extra, that extra that the players coming from the very beginning on mobile has. So it will be pretty interesting, if Sakti can take some great points against Frank. It will be really impressive. But at the end of the day, everything seems to be really close in terms of score. Recently, scoring 2 goals looks like to be enough to take 3 points. So we'll see passion, nerves. We see Onyx Frank here sweating a little bit with his hands, maybe nerves, maybe.
Something I love. I love to see.
I love
it
to see that. Yeah, me too.
Look,
exactly the same with his routines. No,
it's great to see. Psychologically, it gets you ready for the match. Perhaps warming his hands up there as well.
Yeah,
I do wonder how much your choice of towel perhaps makes the difference, because you have to think about a controller on console. Perhaps sweat doesn't change it that much. There's a bit more tactile grip. Whereas with the mobile screens, a lot of times they're glass, tempered
it's a problem,
glass. It can be very slippery, and one missed input at this level could be fatal.
No, definitely. So it's pretty interesting. There is many different routines or techniques to control your focus. Because in this moment you have to wait until the referee launch the game. You start to think about everything. You start to visualize what to do in the kickoff, what to do in case you miss or you concede a goal. So sometimes hearing the caster, seeing the lights, seeing the cameraman, you lose the focus into the important thing, which is the game, your phone in this case. So there is a lot of stuff to improve. So most of the players need to realize that this is not just to play, just to come fresh. We're having a good night, eating enough to not to feel that heavy in your stomach. Then you can have some activation exercises to activate your body, your brain, to have those reflexes at 100%, Harry. And many things that we can discuss for an hour. So yeah, finally we got the tactics on 5 center back for both, which is pretty interesting. The different lead Sakti start with Barella and Salanoglu at the back, and only one defensive midfielder for Onyx Frank, Barella, and that positioning on the forwards, Lautaro Martinez, Marcus Thuram, the main forwards, are really good. But let's see, out wide versus out wide, who will be able to use the fullbacks? That's the key. The fullbacks joining the attack. Here we go, Harry. It's time.
Well, we'll look out for it, Alex. Those fullbacks could be the difference between 2 compatriots here, the 2 Indonesians, to open and raise the curtain on our FC Inter club event final. Some last check from the side of Frank. Thank you as well to our adrenaline referee on the stage, Sergio, making sure everything is ready to go. And now we are ready. The club event finals kicks off. It is Frank versus Sakti in our group stages. Match number 1. It will be Frank in the home strip attacking this right-hand goal early on. And it's the first strike! And it is the first goal! And what a goal it is! Shaking the defender off nicely. And we said he was one of the favourites. Was at the World Finals last year watching. That would have hurt. He's combating now for his chance to return there. And Philip Frank into the lead.
Lovely pass from Marcus Thuram, and one of the most dangerous parts in Immobile is just the edge of the area. Piotr Zielinski with that double tap, that finishing, putting the lead from Frank, which is starting in a solid way, and let's see if he can go for the second one.
Yeah, just 5 minutes into our club finals. And it is Frank who introduces himself, the 22-year-old. Surprisingly, this is actually his first club finals appearance. Can you believe that?
That says a lot of how difficult to reach this stage. No, at the end, you have to be the best on your region, especially Southeast Asia is plenty of superstars in eFootball Mobile.
Now a chance for Sakti after conceding early on to maybe venture forward, but Frank wins possession back in his favour, and it's just so patient.
Looking for Lautaro.
Kind of return favour. Here is the goal scorer, Zelensky. The ball is bouncing everywhere inside the box. Luckily for Sakti, it's up the pitch now.
He's having a hard time, Sakti, to clear those chances. The pressure is still really strong from Frank. That he's looking forward to get that potentially a second goal. Look at the control there. We turn around waiting for the perfect moment to go through. Now,
nice
Salanoglu.
Good job by the Turk, Çalhanoğlu, and now fed through to Martinez. He can be very deadly in front of goal.
Oh, it's nice.
It's Çalhanoğlu. Saved.
Pretty interesting. Now that could be mostly the rhythm of the game. Frank controlling the possession, and then Sakti approaching those mistakes, the pressure, those counter to make suffer his countrymate Frank.
But as time goes on in the season, we've seen set pieces be very, very beneficial for some. We'll see if Sakti has practiced his, and well, curse of the commentator there, I think, Alex, that one is all the way out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive, no? That's such a long throw with Hakan Çalhanoğlu, which we all know how good he is with free kicks and the corner kicks. It's pretty impressive, no? Since the last update, Harry, how important the positioning of Dimiev, a defensive midfielder, took part in a different role, because the last addition in the last update, it means like the passing, it takes more importance, it's depending the stats of low pass and long pass. So now,
nice dummy.
That was nice. So what I was saying is like having a good passing player on Dimiev is really, really important. That's why they are using Hakan Çalhanoğlu and a special card with Dimiev position and anchorman and his play style.
Well, conceding to him at one end, Sakti has now positioned the goal scorer for Frank in an advantageous position. Chance here to recycle the attack as well.
No control at all. It's now Frank having a hard time to defend. Now the chance is Sakti!
It is game on here as Martinez tucks it home nicely. And the man known for his console play has scored and equalised against one of the best mobile players.
Yeah, we saw 1-2 times in a row Frank rushing the clear, not in the best way. That's giving many chances to Sakti to get that superiority. And then also the matchup wasn't that perfect from Frank. Well approached by Sakti, get on track, 1-1. And it's a lot of time to go already in this first match of the day.
2 goals in the first half between these two.
He's missing a lot of matchup. And that could be the second!
Martinez again!
And what a shock it is for Frank. What a way to turn over the table. Sakti with a wonderful through pass. And it seems to be Frank missing a lot of matchups there, not catching that ball, and Lautaro once again putting the second for Sakti.
Just won that physical duel at the back, didn't he? And as soon as he did, you just knew. You knew Martinez would stick this one in the back of the net. Great finish, and it's the 1-2 punch from 1-0 down to 2-1 up now.
He definitely approached perfectly the momentum on his favor. And it's now the John Frank will have to, do something. Maybe switch information, maybe not. Yes, some pause, some tactical pause just to realize what next, to visualize how to perform the kickoff. It's always smart, no, to those pauses, because sometimes we keep going without thinking that much, but especially in this moment after concede 2 goals, it's perfect. So here we'll see kickoff for Frank.
10 minutes until half-time as well. So it might yet be more goals to come in this first half. Frank on the offensive. attacking his right-hand goal. It's the goal scorer at the other end that tries that strike. Gratefully into the hands of Sommer. And Sakti was very, very realistic, wasn't he? Saying, this is my last chance for the World Finals of 2025. And he seems to be relishing his opportunities. It's a 3-on-3 at the back here. Here's Thuram through on goal, straight at Sommer.
He didn't choose the right place to finish with Marcus Thuram. The farthest post seems to be the right option, but he decided the nearest one. Great save by Sommer. It's now Philippe Franck completely surviving to the intense attack by Sakti. We're still having one more before we know the added on minutes by the referee. Harry could be the third one for Sakti, maybe playing on short, but maybe just to confuse his opponent, not playing short. Is Nicolo Varela trying to turn his Lautaro Martinez in a defensive action, blocking that run. 30 minutes added on.
It's Çalhanoğlu again to play it short.
Oh,
there
he
is not
finally
much
made
time,
it.
but Barrea has actually won.
No!
Scored! Sakti has scored again!
Wonderful execution and how to perform a corner kick. Right in the kick hand. He left behind his mark. It was Lautaro Martinez getting into the box. Wonderful cross. And who is Marcus Thuram to pull the third one into the box. 3-1. What a way to react from the early lead by Philippe Franck. Big shock in this first half of the game one here at the Inter Milan Finals.
I don't think anyone saw this one coming. Least of all, Philippe Franck. It has been a nightmare start to the Inter Club Event Finals, and he's given the ball away again at the end of the first half. It is Sakti 3, Franck 1. Despite scoring first, it's the young Indonesian that will trail going into the second half.
That's the most change from Franck. One of the problems of playing with 5 center backs is like when you're losing, you cannot have that power, to turn up the tables. And in this case, needs to do something else. Maybe with this position, he will try to get more consistent possession that we haven't seen so far since the beginning of the match. Sakti somehow has, disabled that control that Philippe Franck always put it on. We check it out, defensive on both fullbacks. And now will be a different story, but pretty interesting. And let's see if that formation, that 4-3-1-2, could be that extra that Philippe Franck needs to overcome. Someone as Sakti that doesn't speak so loud, but at the end of the day, great recovery, great reaction. Now have everything on his hands, Harry, to took the first 3 points of the competition.
Well, it seemed a stroke of genius what he was saying just before the match. We heard it in the video. I try to play defense first. I want to play long ball counter. And after conceding first, you think, oh, maybe he will have to be invited out of his shell a little bit. But no, he's stuck to the game plan. And he is 3-1 up entering this second half, which is now underway. Philippe Franck trails 3-1 here in the Inter home strip, that famous black and blue.
And clear minds, and as we see down the screen, is Sakti playing on blue line, playing one line defensive just to try to be more conservative, concede less, but somehow you give a lot of space to your opponent to control the match. We'll see.
Of course, if it's your first time watching eFootball, we play on console and mobile. That's yet another pocket picked by Sakti, and it's a lovely touch. Oh, and it's wide on his hat-trick. Martinez could not capitalise.
It's clearly the feeling when someone has not the control, when someone that has not a good feeling with the gameplay. We saw Onik Franck defending with the second man rather than switch cursor and defensively one-on-one. Those feelings, Harry says pretty clearly that he's not having a good time now into the stage. We'll see, 30 minutes remaining. Same score is Sakti beating his countrymate the first game here, and seeing how difficult are the group stage, we always say 3 points is massive, for your chances to go to the final.
Franck trying to take as much time on the ball as he can, finds Thuram. Here's Lautaro.
No. He needs something else.
Just ran into traffic there.
He needs to accumulate more players to gain that superiority. Just to remember that those two defensive midfielders for Sakti, it makes no chances to Frank to play comfortably in that zone, and it's been the key so far.
It has indeed, and the man...
Defense, Harry, always defend is the most important thing
The
at
man
this
from
level.
console will know that better than most, I think, Alex. Sakti has put on a great performance, and if he can survive this final 20 minutes in the game, he will come away with a great 3 points against one of the toughest players in this group.
Nice pressure now from Frank. But he's not comfortable with those passing. Now Turan could have a great spot. Barella inside the box.
Barella!
Oof. That was close.
15 minutes left. The best chance of the game so far, aside from the goal he scored for Frank.
And the time's running so fast, no substitution. And that's it. That's the game in mobile. Now the mistake from Frank. Look at the content. Nicolo Barella, Harry. That could be the end of the match. Marcus Turan to the post.
Could have been the dagger. Still alive here, actually, for Sakti. It's Bastoni that steps up. But look, we're in the final 10 minutes now. And he's given the ball away again. Wrestles it back onto his side. Need to start to see those chances come for Frank if he wants anything from this game. You can just see how exhausted his players are.
Full blue Sakti now.
There's been no pauses because the ball stayed in play the entire time. No time.
No, it's the perfect scenario for Sakti. Sakti is handling so well the score, and most likely, if nothing happened now, he will secure the 3 points.
No minutes added on, and there it is. Sakti opens his account with a 3-1 victory and 3 points over his countrymate Philip Frank to start off the FC Inter Club Event Finals. Alex, 7 shots on mobile.
It's a lot,
that's very impressive.
Now, definitely, he completely deserved the 3 first points for Sakti. Sakti, who came not that sharp at the beginning of the match against his countrymate Philip Frank. That early lead wasn't enough for Frank. That from that moment, he completely lost the sense of his build-up play. Outstanding job by Sakti. Completely dominant performance. That could be even more goals on his favor. And at the end of the day, really, really, really important 3 points for the start of the competition like that.
Well, if you saw the opening 5 minutes and went to go put the kettle on maybe for a hot drink, you might be surprised to come back and see the score as it is and the final result, because Frank, after 5 minutes, opened the scoring. But there were chances at both ends. Sakti never gave up and was knocking on the door. And then this one, followed by a quick fire second, really just sent a shockwave through the studio, and certainly it was a setback that Frank just could not recover from. There was the first. Pure disappointment for Frank. And then 5 minutes later in the game, it's the same man who scores once more. From misery to jubilation. Sakti has done incredibly well in that first half alone. Had another chance, if memory serves as well, towards the end of the first half. This was one straight into the hands of Jan Sommer for Philip Frank. And it was an action-packed first half. We had corners. And it did make me laugh that he decided to go for more of a short corner after we saw that really dismal one from Çalhanoğlu to begin the first half. But this one was straight out of the training ground, the third of 3. Tucked home for Sakti, and all he had to do was game manage that second half and frustrate Frank. And the longer the game went on, the more comfortable Sakti looked. And if anything, that one by Lautaro could have been a hat-trick. But that is how the game finished. There was this chance 15 minutes from time that if maybe Frank scores, we would have seen a chance at a comeback, but it was not to be. It is Sakti coming home with 3 valuable points in the group stages, Semra. Wow, what a performance.
What a performance indeed. I mean, he certainly showed some strength and resilience there, having fallen behind just 5 minutes into the game itself. I mean, absolute turnaround, just brilliant from him. I believe he's actually with Alex now, so we can go ahead and get some insight into his mental fortitude and how he was able to actually turn the tide in his favour to take those 3 points of the day.
Thank you, Semra Harry. Let's hear how it sounds to get 3 points here at the Inter Milan Club Event Finals. Sakti, what a way to start the competition. Dominant victory. How do you feel?
Alhamdulillah, first of all, thanks to God, finally I can come here to Milano, Italy. And first game is very essential for everything. And I hope that the second game and third game I can do as best as I can.
I was really impressive with your tactic. I think the position of your midfielders completely block the attacks of Philipp Frank. It is something that you have prepared before, or do you analyze that much your opponent, or you don't, mainly?
Because my friend Philipp Frank is same from Indonesia, so I know a little bit about him. And then I just play conservative because I already got the advantages, so just do it, just defense and play concentrate and just focus.
Now definitely you did pretty well. Good start. It's not enough, but we invite you everyone to follow the competition. We got two strong Garuda, and especially Sakti is in a really good position in the upcoming games to reach the goal, be in the final, and why not win the competition today?
Yeah, we hope so, hopefully.
Well, that's it. Semra Harry, Sakti, the winner of game one. Ready, because still left some more games to play.
I love how he says there that he decided to go conservative and play defensive football to maintain his comfortable lead. I mean, I tell you what, 3 goals doesn't seem too conservative to me, if you ask me. But then again, we are in Italy, so I suppose he did feel a little bit of that defensive vibe. You've got to do that while you're here, right?
Yeah, it's a great tactic, honestly, and it really does help secure you at this level. It is just about weathering the storm. We saw that after conceding in the first 5 minutes. He was able to steady himself in that midfield, that 2 DMF formation. We were kind of wondering, or at least I was, before the game, whether or not 1 AMF or 2 AMFs would play the advantage. It was very much like attack versus defense, but in the end it was the defensive formation with those 2 DMFs that came out with the win. And I wonder whether or not the other players in the group perhaps would have underestimated Sakti here, because that is some statement victory to open your account.
No, definitely. No, we heard many times that the analysis, and it's not just practice. Analyze your gameplay, what your opponent is supposed to put on the option is really necessary. No, especially I would say the meta on mobile is more necessary to predict what your opponent is going to use, because games are faster. There is not that much time to react. The game are more frenetic, let's say. So we saw clearly that analyze your opponent, ladies and gentlemen, is really important at this level in the competition. But still open the chances for Philipp Frank and to everyone already in this competition. But yeah, coming from one loss, it means you have to win the remaining 2 games. So well, it's not easy, that.
All right, well, I believe that the players are getting ready for their next match. They are in the tunnel and getting themselves mentally focused. There we go. We can see them now on our screens. They're very serious, actually. No eye contact, no contact whatsoever. Kind of giving each other the cold shoulder, if you will. But then again, it's totally understandable, normal at this level of the competition. You really do have to put your best foot forward. So what do you think it is we can expect from these 2 in terms of the strengths that they might utilize, the weapons that they have that they can use against one another?
I said it at the top of the show, the fact that Patuksen is able to come through in a round 4 that featured the world champion, actually outright beat him in a head-to-head match, that should not be slept on whatsoever. I feel that he could be a real sleeper hit in this group, and that's why I think maybe Frank will be quite distraught that he lost that first match, because he knows the caliber of player that is around here. Of course, Apriamashvili as well. An unknown quantity. We've seen it time and time again. When they come through, they can surprise some of the more favoured, if you will, players at this stage. But the most important thing, eFootball is not played on paper. You have to get it done on the day. And I feel like either one of these 2, having seen that result, will know that there's a chance to make this a 2-horse race.
Well, there you have it. Let's go ahead and get down to business then, shall we, with the next match. It's going to be Apriamashvili against Patuksen.
Hi, my name is Nik Apriyamashvili. I'm from Georgia. I representing Europe and Africa in Inter Finals. მე პირველად ვარ მილანში და ეს არის ჩემთვის ძალიან დიდი გამოწვევა და ველოდები რომ ძალიან სნახაობრივ თამაში შეცვლებ და მოვიპოვებ გამარჯვება. რა თქმა უნდა მე მოუთლიანოდ ველოდები რომ გავიმარჯვო და გავიმგზავრო ტოკიოში. დაახლოებით eFootballis თამაში დავიწყე 2021 წლიდან, ანუ დაახლოებით 5 წელია. ჩემი სტილია უფრო მეტად რა თქმა უნდა შემტევი, ვცდილობ უფრო მეტად ყურადღება მივუციო თავდასხმას, თუმცა ასევე მნიშვნელოვანია დაცვაც და ვცდილობ მაინც შედარებით უფრო დაბალანსებულად ვითამაშო. პირველ რიგში აქედან მოვიკითხავ დედაჩემს, რომელიც ყოველთვის გულშემატკივრობდა და ახლაც ხალხს მიჭერს, ასევე ჩემს ორივე ძმას, რომელიც მეხმარებოდა და ეხლაც მეხმარება რომ ყოფილიყავი აქ და რა თქმა უნდა შევეცდები რომ მათი მედები არ გავუცვლო და გავიმარჯვო.
Hola, soy Patuxin, tengo 24 años, soy de Argentina y represento a América para el evento del Inter. Mis expectativas en la final es dar lo mejor y tratar de ganarme ese lugar en Tokio. Jugar eFootball, bueno, comenzó siendo un hobby y ahora con esto de los eventos, que se puede viajar y todo, te motiva mucho más. Desde pequeño me gustan los juegos, así que jugar eFootball a mí me encanta. Juego eFootball desde agosto del 2024. Me gusta tener la pelota, me gusta tener la posesión y aprovechar los huecos que deja el rival. Gracias a mis amigos, un amigo Lucas que siempre me apoyó, así que le mando un saludo y a mi mamá, mis hermanos y que me apoyan desde Argentina.
Against Patuxin is going to be our match number 2. Georgia taking on Argentina. It is Europe against the Americas. Alex, 2 newcomers at least to our eyes. This is going to be a very, very fun game because both of these men will know there is a chance to put yourself head and shoulders above other competitors here in this group, having seen match number 1.
I mean, definitely they have the level to be right there. They prove it. They deserve to be in this position right now. But they haven't experienced that experience before. So I remember my first time playing on stage, and I was completely shaking my hands. Definitely, this guy, why not? Could happen the same story as me. No, it's not that easy. You need experience sometimes to grow as a competitor, as a player. But at the end of the day, it's really, really nice battle that we're gonna see in a few moments. No, the battle of the underdogs. Let's say, Nico, Germán, Georgia, Argentina, and it's pretty amazing how far you can go through playing eFootball. Obviously, it wasn't easy. Passion, the love that we all have for football first, and then for eFootball, it gives you the chance, to travel around the world, like Patuxin says to us in the video. Same for Nico, Georgia has a really, really good list of players performing well internationally, but well, it's proud, for the country to have Nico here at this world stage. And same Patuxin, I don't remember the last time we saw maybe Lautaro Raris last year in Manchester. The last time an Argentina reached this stage. So yeah, but first in mobile so far.
Of course, Apriyamashvili will be trying to make everyone back in Georgia all the way to Tbilisi, the capital. Proud, great to hear from him before saying, hey, my 2 brothers, I will try and do this for them. They've been helping me along the way. He wishes they were here. Can't wait to see what the preparation has been for this young man, just 22 years old. On the other side, Patuxin, who we just were speaking about, Alex, the Argentinian, playing since August 2024. Let me highlight how crazy that is for you. A month before he started playing, Ren Tao had lifted the trophy at the World Finals. A month later, Patuxin starts playing the game, and then fast forward to round 4, he beats the world champion. I mean, in the space of about, 10 months, there or thereabouts, he beats the world champion. That is some pedigree.
No, mobile is seen in esports is still in an early age. I have the feeling that we haven't seen the full potential in esports already for eFootball Mobile, and that is a matter of time. No, historically console has been the main game for esports, but and the strength of mobile is higher and higher each time. And here we go, 5 center back, 5-3-2 for Nico, 4-4-2 for Germán Patuxin. Really interesting matchup, and let's see who take home the 3 first points for them in the standings. And Harry, on you.
Well, everything to gain, nothing to lose for these two. It is match number 2 of the Inter-Club Event Finals for the eFootball Championship 2025. Apriamashvili of Georgia against Patuxin of Argentina. It is the latter of the two, the Argentinian, in the away strip, attacking this left-hand goal to start off the match.
Look at the run, look at Dumfries with that lovely rhythm change, the cross, Joaquin Correa inside the box, the pass to Lautaro! Oh. Nice one, as we see Dumfries joining the attack with that right fullback. Almost in, Harry. Nice first attempt on target for Germán, the Argentinian, who is starting strongly this game.
He is indeed. We'll see what can be done with the corner coming momentarily. Following that first chance, we did see Apriamashvili try and get across, but it's headed on at the front post, only into the grateful waiting hands of Sommer. And now a chance to see what Nika Apriamashvili can do to impress us here. And well, that's a very direct counter-attack. Sadly, just runs out of play for him, though.
I'm curious to see Patuxin is aiming to join the attack with the right back Dumfries, which means he lost the ball. He just had 3 defenders back then. Completely normal for the 5 center-back formation from Nico, joining the attack with both fullbacks, Di Marco and Dumfries. Pretty interesting matchup. Let's see who can make contact to the other one. Now Di Marco with the run, the misclick, trying the fake shot, some nerves, which is normal at this stage for these two players.
Is indeed. It's why you see so many of them carry those cloths, those towels, to make sure the screen is just as good as it can be for them. Marcus Thuram here, though, for Patuxin. Can't quite connect on the attack, and well, Thuram's giving this one chase. He won't get there first for the young Georgian.
It's everything really mental, no? They are not feeling comfortable. The timing of their passes are not perfect, are not enough to go forward and create a chance. But at the end of the day, maybe a goal can drastically change the mindset of the game.
Boy, went all the way through the forest of players there, but I think Sommer had a good angle on it.
Yeah, it's pretty rushed, that shot. But now we got the counter by Nico, with Nico Barella. Nico by Nico. Barella, who regained the ball once again, is looking for the stunning cross. Ooh. Deflected. And it will be long throw.
Alex, that purple power bar, there's going to be an extra bit of pace on whatever input is queued up. If it's a shot, a cross, a pass.
Especially when you don't feel that comfortable like they are right now, is perfect, no? Because you don't reach that much. You most likely you are not going to concede a counter. So yeah, you try. If you get it, we'll see. Federico Di Marco with the cross. To the wall.
It's off the frame and it's still bouncing around in the box.
That will be. It was the best chance so far we haven't seen in this match. Di Marco, Zielinski, that could be offside. No.
First real chance for Apriamashvili. And
nice
that will settle down the nerves here, I think, for him on that stage, after the early flurry coming from Patuxin.
Sometimes these kind of tie matches are decided by set pieces, corner kicks. So let's take attention to that action. With now the long ball, Lautaro almost catching that ball. And look at that, the pressure on hands of Nico, that rushing that clear in the wrong way will let Patuxin to have a really nice position for that long throw. Maybe looking to Lautaro, maybe to Marcus Thuram. We'll see.
5 minutes before half time. Played short, and this will be that stunning cross we were talking about. Lautaro can't get on the end of it.
Nice one, eh?
Straight back into Thuram, off to Zielinski.
Oh, too much power.
Too much high, and I think wide as well. Nice layoff though, straight away on the volley was always going to be difficult to control.
It's completely a game of two halves between these two fantastic players, which we say at the very beginning, Harry, is the most important thing is to play at your level, because that simple thing for you guys at home is really, really complicated here at the stage.
Bit of a mistake in the midfield by Apriyamashvili. And now Patuksen tries to get in behind, but Pavard gratefully into the stands there. 2 minutes, a minimum of 2 added on at the end of the first half. Throw in for the Argentinian. One of the newest faces we've seen take the stage. Another step across towards Lautaro.
I thought he was going to.
On it.
Yeah, but finally no. And the last actions, no. Finally no. Well, intensity is good. Precision is not. We'll see. We'll see. Still everything to be decided. I think formation are working properly. We haven't seen many superiorities, mostly mistakes, Harry, rather than good action. So we'll see if something changes in the second half. No substitution for the moment. In mobile, just to remember, this is a typical moment to make that less 2-3 ones, even if stamina is really high. But mostly the games run so fast and you have no timing to make a pause in the middle of the second half.
I think we just saw, did we, there sneakily, Apriyamashvili just swapped the sides of his strikers, so I think Thuram and Lautaro will be switching things up here. Into the second half we go, and speaking of switching things up, they will be switching the sides of which they're going to be attacking here. It is Apriyamashvili in the home strip attacking the left-hand goal, and here he is in possession, the Argentinian. That's a really nice chance for Lautaro to try and find one of the 2 other white shirts. Can't do it though.
And this doesn't stop. Look at the counter, but he needs the help of 2 more teammates. Look at the through ball.
What a ball! Marcus Thuram has so many bodies around him. Can he get the strike off? No, just muscled off right by the goal.
It wasn't stable that run. He was moving to the left, to the right, instead of being straight. Now another one. Marcus!
No, it's offside.
Nice try. Nice try.
Thought for a second.
Good initiative by Nico Apriyamashvili, the man from Georgia. And now with some substitution, Arnautovic for Germán Di Marco as a left winger in a, funny new formation for the Argentinian. Look, their counter target now will be off most likely. Oh, deep line. All right, Aslani deep line, just to have like a fake 5 center back. So it looks like a 4, but with the instruction of deep line, he goes together with the center back. He somehow wants to accumulate more
Maybe
players
trying to plug the holes that are being left at the moment that clearly Apriyamashvili is able to try and cut through with those through balls.
It's not really useful in console, but in mobile, definitely is a good choice. Let's see if it works for him. He can be maybe more defensively, and then with those counter, finally can score maybe the definitive goal for win the game.
Goes for that 1-2 with Di Marco, but I think he is indeed offside. So a chance to breathe after that disallowed goal.
No one is risking short passes, playing with long balls, more safe. But at the end of the day, safe doesn't mean it's enough, no? To get through and create a new chance. A good one.
Well, I like the point you raised as well at half-time. Maybe it is the time to make those substitutes. The timer, the clock in the top left ticks down really fast in eFootball Mobile. So if the ball doesn't go out of play, we saw it in match number 1.
Yep.
And you don't get those subs in,
exactly.
Then there's no chance to swap out your tired players. So very good.
And if you are losing, Harry, you need something fresh. No, in this case, with a draw, maybe they are both okay with that, but drastically, a substitution.
Oh, Lautaro
impact to win
trying to get on the end of this. Nice dribbling inside the box. Goes for a goal in the end. Oh, what a goal!
From where you came from, Nico. What a goal! What a finesse to finally put the lead in this game to the Georgian Nico Apriyamashvili, with just 22 years old, taking the lead in a crucial moment, Harry. In a really crucial moment, because 3 points are massive on this chances to reach the grand final.
Look at this work from Lautaro, past one, past another, and then, the finish. That is lovely.
How lovely are those angles, no? With the effect, with the finesse. Wow.
Welcome to the stage, Apriamashvili. And with 20 minutes to go, he takes an important lead with that goal.
Now we clearly see Apriamashvili with blue defense line and one red line, which means offensive for Germán Patoxen. Now with the long ball. But those long balls with those really high defenders, difficult to the Windows header. Now the through ball. It's well saved.
We're approaching the final 10 minutes. And if it's going to go here for Patuxen, it has to be very, very soon. Thuram out wide. Looks for that stunning cross, but Dumfries is able to stop that one at the first time of asking. And Nika has won the ball back. Apriamashvili is controlling the game here in the final 5. Cannot afford really to give the ball away as he defends this slender 1-0 lead. That one's gone all the way through. Actually has it for Patuxen, but nothing going his way, seemingly here in the second half. As we are now just about to cross over into the 90th minute of the match. Everyone waits to see how many minutes are added on. The number is a minimum of 3, so not over just yet. Apriamashvili just moments away from what would be a famous 3 points for the country of Georgia. But look at this counter-attack here. Just needs to win the ball back and then clear it up the pitch, and it will be Apriamashvili who wins his opening game of the FC Inter Club Event Finals. A big 3 points for the young man from Georgia. What a performance there.
Now, definitely an impressive and necessary victory at the end of the day for Nico, which those 3 points put him in a really positive position over the competition. It wasn't that bad performance from Germán, but Patoxen at the end of the day wasn't able to connect, to create a single great action, and well approached by Nico, which now still really look great position. That 3 points, massive, and we see clearly. And now on top of the table, Nico and Sakti, the man from Indonesia who just saw before the week with the victory on game 1.
Yeah, the first half was really open, wasn't it? It took 70 minutes to see any kind of deadlock broken here in this match. But the first half was very close indeed, with chances on both sides, and well, it's going to be an uphill battle, you feel, for Patuxen going forward. The Argentinian just sadly could not stop the pressure from Apriamashvili. You saw there the disallowed goal that I thought was in, but then it was this work from Lautaro, turning 1, turning 2, and then the finesse into the bottom corner. Truly wonderful. That saw Apriamashvili secure a 3-point advantage in this game. What an amazing result for him. It's going to be an uphill battle though for Patuxen as he falls to the wayside.
It certainly is going to be the case indeed, but hey, at least now we had the opportunity to see all 4 of our finalists for mobile in action. We get a better sense of what is still to come from them and what they can throw each other's way, because there's still so much to be decided. Obviously, when it comes to console, nothing has been played out as of yet, so that is where we're headed next to find out what's going to happen between Henriquinho, Arregolazo and Udi. But for now, you can see that Sakti and Apriamashvili, the Indonesian, the Georgian, things are going very smoothly indeed for them. Still work to be done for Frank and Patuxen, obviously. Having said that, however, why don't we actually go ahead and shift gears a little bit. Why don't we actually take a look then at console and kind of whet our appetite as to what might feature next, and hopefully should be a feast for the eyes between these two, because I tell you what, you already mentioned, Harry, that Udi is someone that is well known in this community, and Henriquinho, obviously, we saw the damage that he can do as well the other day.
Yeah, I mean, a world champion from just 2 years ago. Those words are not spoken lightly in the eFootball community. So it takes a lot to win a world championship, and it takes even more to chase a second. So Henriquinho will have a very tough match on his hands coming up next. But as you mentioned, just 2 days ago, we made it all the way to the final. Sadly, falling on that occasion. Gets another chance here though, so it's just storylines across the board on console. I really can't wait, and I tell you what, the best part is we get to see every single match of the console group stage because they're all streamed. So yeah, I can't wait.
Before we get Alex's thoughts, I do very briefly for a moment want to take you backstage just to get a real feel and a sense of where we're at with these two. As we were just discussing, they're just moments away from getting out there and getting things going for the console group. Everyone is so serious. I mean, I know it's normal, but it's just quite interesting, isn't it? How there really is no interaction of any kind whatsoever behind the scenes as they make their way out into the tunnel.
We call it being locked in.
It's being locked in. You're in the zone, isn't it?
At the end of the day, there's no friend when you have to compete. No, Sarah, Harry, they want the same, the victory, the 3 points, and they know how difficult it will be. No, they know each other, how good they are. Especially looking at the Henriquinho, he comes from so far to make it possible once again to the world final. He was that close last time, and now Inter Milan won't be easy in front. That guy, the reigning world champion 2023, Udi, which have a lot to show us how good they are, how different as well. No, the Japanese players are famous for being more tactically superior, with that superiorities rather than more technically. Where Henriquinho, with those dribbling, those mindset, they're gonna try to put their superiorities to their advantage, and we'll see. I'm pretty excited. Each match looks like a final.
I just want to highlight something that I find really fascinating here. Watching Udi, he's taking his time to warm up each hand. That's something I don't really see players do very often. I don't know if that's a cultural thing, if it's just an Udi thing, but I find it quite interesting to see him there, making sure that he takes his time, warms up each of those hands, obviously because you need to have full dexterity, don't you, with your fingers, but I don't know.
The last thing you want is cold hands. You do lose some of that dexterity, you're right. So yeah, clearly just wants to get them moving. He wants to be.
But sometimes you don't know what to do there. You're simply just trying to make the time running, and you don't know what to do. Just maybe shaking your hands, cleaning it for the 5th time in a row. You're just getting nervous.
It's interesting, the different types of warm-ups, right?
Surely.
In the real football world,
That's
you see
it.
everyone running around and trying to get some warmth into their bodies. But with the eFootballers, it's the hands, it's the fingers. It's so fun to watch. Right, well, we have a great match in store for you then as we switch over to console. Let's see what these guys can do in terms of shaking things up in their group. Enjoy it between Udi and Henriquinho.
こんにちは、私の名前はウディです。日本から来ました。東アジアの代表として今回インテルミラノの大会に出ることになりました。よろしくお願いします。インテルミラノで出場することは、小さい頃からの夢でしたし、私にとってインテルミラノは、とても大きなクラブで、本当に好きなクラブなので、その代表になれるかもしれないというこのチャンスは、逃せないので、今回も頑張りたいなと思います。明日はもう優勝すること、ナンバーワンになることしか考えてないので、頑張りたいなと思います。勝てると思いますし、勝つために1年間練習してきたので、過去は世界大会でも優勝してますし、もう一度勝つだけなので頑張りたいなと思います。私にとってフットボールはもう昔から子供の頃からやっているゲームですので、ここまで応援してくれた皆さんのためにも頑張りたいなと思うので、日本の代表として頑張りたいなと思います。応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Oi, eu sou Henriquinho, do Brasil, representante das Américas Nacionais do Inter. Eu espero ser campeão dessa vez, já bati na trave na primeira e dessa vez eu quero sair com o título para ir para o Mundial. Eu tive uma oportunidade, acabei perdendo na final, mas eu sinto que eu joguei muito bem, estou confiante para tentar a vaga e conseguir dessa vez. Sonho viajar para Tóquio para poder disputar o Mundial, é para isso que eu trabalho todos os dias, que eu treino e esse é o meu objetivo principal. Sou muito feliz jogando eFootball porque é um jogo que passou de pai para filho, então eu represento meu pai sempre que eu estou jogando e para mim é sempre muito especial. Meu estilo de jogo é sempre bem ofensivo, é o estilo brasileiro, né? Tenta sempre atacar, fazer gols, pressionar o adversário e acho que dessa vez não vai ser diferente. Acho que todo mundo que está aqui tem capacidade, são grandes jogadores e eu foco mais em estar no meu alto nível. Quero pedir o apoio de todo mundo do Brasil, sei que batemos na trave uma vez, mas eu estou aqui pela gente, para representar o nosso país. Se Deus quiser, dessa vez vai dar certo e a gente vai sair com esse título.
A great show of sportsmanship between our next two players to take their seats and entertain us. Of course, it's not just for entertainment, they're doing it for the chance to represent Inter Milan at the eFootball World Finals. It is Udi. He's been there and done that before. In 2023, was crowned world champion. His opponent is chasing that same dream all the way from Brazil, Henriquinho, a dream that he came close to being, at the very least, qualified for, Alex, just 2 days ago, losing in that final. You heard it from him there. He said, I played well, but just got a bit unlucky. I think that's the right mentality to take going into this club event finals.
No, definitely, and especially it's a different mindset. Like these two players doesn't need experience, doesn't need to look and to feel what anything that they know what to do right there. No, especially it will be more the point if they have analyzed each other before in the training room. In console, it's a funny topic that no one wants to train with the other one. No, they want to hide all the tactics, all those tricks, no, that they can have for surprise each other. Especially we're talking about Simone Inzaghi, the Inter Milan coach, with his prominent out-wide game style is really, in my opinion, in favor of Udi, who everyone who follow up the esports competition in football was world champion with that wide formation he used 2 years ago. And Riquinho is a really complete player so far, but we'll see until which point he has prepared good enough the Inter Milan finals, because the feeling, different players, just 2 days different, somehow to get used to those new players, new game style, is really, really important, and but yes, sensational to what Udi and Riquinho, Brazil, Japan, which recently, Harry, are the kings of the eFootball scene worldwide in terms of console Japan and mobile Brazil. Brazil may be looking for the crown in console. We'll see.
They would love to do the double, wouldn't they? That would be some feat, but I'm really looking forward to this one. All of our console games here at this club event finals, the final club event finals of the 2025 season, just have box office written all over them. Udi, the 29-year-old world champion, up against a 24-year-old from Brazil. It is Asia East against the Americas. It is exactly as you said, Alex, two of our top nations on eFootball across both platforms, ready to lock horns here. And it's tough, isn't it? It's tough, Alex. In a three-person group, you know one wrong step could prove your downfall. I suppose, on the other hand, you're kind of relying on yourself to get the job done, even if you were to lose your first group match.
No, definitely. And because potentially it's a different way, a group of three, potentially a victory is almost a qualification to the final, but everything will be designed in details. No, we saw in the previous competition that set pieces mark the difference to win or to not, and it's really difficult to perform, to overcome your opponent with such a solid level and domination of the gameplay that these two players have right now. And when we go the single there, Enrique Mezquita, that's, we know how much he wants that victory, that position, that spot into the World Finals to dedicate to his family, his father, And to everyone rooting from him, all the Canarinha rooting him from Brazil. What a country, it is the country of football. Somehow, the passion that they put in on it, and as well on esports. Big champions from there. Gui Fera, well, we got Joao Victor. He's trying to get us spot into the World Finals. Enriquinho, he was before the World Finals, but you know what, Harry? You want more, and be world champion from your favorite video game for your passion. It's a unique feeling so far. Just being between the best 16 of the world this year edition is a massive achievement.
It's a big achievement indeed. And Henriquinho won't be happy with just being a 4-time Brazil champion. He wants it all indeed. Of course, it's a 5-hour time difference to the local time in Milan, so I assume all of Henriquinho's family are enjoying a nice breakfast at the moment. I think it's about 5 hours anyway. I could potentially have my information wrong there, but either way, it's early in the morning. They're probably still waking up, looking forward to seeing what the young man can do. And well, Alex, you've seen something that's got you out of your seat.
No, it's pretty interesting. And that 5 center-back formation is becoming so famous in South Asia, in mobile especially, but on console, we saw who? Romy, the winner of Manchester United, completely an astonishing performance, winning, beating everyone. And now we go, the 2023 world champion Udi using the same one.
Did Maya Gecko use it as well at last year's World Finals? I would have to go back and cast my mind properly at that, but either way, we're underway here.
Oh, the mistake.
Udi against Henriquinho. It is the 2023 world champion in the Inter Milan home strip. Attacking the right-hand side of your screen, it is the Brazilian Henriquinho in that all-white changed strip.
Oh, is Henriquinho rushing too much? Look at the counter now.
It's 4-on-4.
Udi. Maybe looking to the shot. No. Was trying to pass. It's really interesting to see the way that Henriquinho can block those runs by the fullback of Udi. Mostly, I think, is Di Marco, if I'm not wrong, the one that automatically, with the offensive instruction, will go high up the pitch every time Udi gets the ball. So we'll see if somehow, look at Di Marco, the run always will be an important key for Udi.
Yeah, that top of your screen, as well as Dumfries here on the ball. Those will be pivotal points to try and overload the attack, but when they venture forward, that can leave some gaps. And that's something Henriquinho is trying to exploit here. Oh, through the middle to Lautaro!
Brazil!
Good morning! It is Lautaro Martinez scoring for Henriquinho. Just days after tasting misery in the finals of our previous club event finals. He's on the board here in his first match.
Nothing surprisingly, seeing how good is Henriquinho, but it becomes to be a surprise, like how easy and simple looks like that first goal for him. Udi somehow lost the control of the position of his defender. 5 center-back wasn't enough to block that inside line, the simple pass to Lautaro Martinez, and that first-time shot put the lead from the man from Belo Horizonte, Brazil, Enrique Mesquita.
So 1-0 in the opening 10 minutes. Confirmation, your last goal, latest goal, scored by Henriquinho. And he's looking to try and double his tally here as well.
Offside.
Lautaro is offside, but Udi's able now to try and start building again.
And don't underestimate the man on with the possession of the ball. Udi is a world champ, and we all know how difficult it are to beat those players. Nice try. He's getting closer. He's getting closer, Harry.
Yeah, I think something that Henriquinho will have to be quite switched on about is that Udi is starting to analyse his gameplay, and you can see he realises when Henriquinho's watching the runs off the ball, it's inviting Udi to venture forward with the likes of Çalhanoğlu on the ball.
It's pretty interesting, the outward tactic game style that when you are defending, your players defensively, they are sitting deep, so it's quite difficult to throw those quick counter. But we'll see. Somehow, great defensive, great recovery. It's Henriquinho! Once again.
Lautaro again!
What a shot! Lautaro Martinez for Enrique Mesquita 2-0. Look at that position.
Pounces on the mistake.
We see now when he was building about the play, that mistake, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, and look that quick counter. Is Lautaro Martinez winning the back of Bastoni so easily. Great pass, great finishing. Is Brazil leading 2 goals up over Japan.
Little nod of the head in appreciation from Henriquinho. Lautaro making it 2. And following the goal, we are back underway. 2 goals in 20 minutes. For the man all the way from Brazil.
Joaquin Correa, right after that wonderful pass. Now another chance for Henriquinho!
It's a 23-minute hat-trick! Lautaro!
What's going on? Is Lautaro on fire? Definitely it is.
Wow!
Samba para Brasil! A canarinha a manos de Enrique Mesquita. 3rd goal. And what a banger, Harry. Like, you look at that. He's running back quite late on timing Udi to block that combination. And look at that left foot first time shot for Lautaro Martinez. This guy is on fire. The full momentum on his favor. Look at the celebration. Being 3 goals up against Udi is not easy. And it's really important because I will let you know something. World champions always appear. And I'm really relaxed because Udi will come back. Will come back. So you need to be ready, Enrique, because the pressure is now on the shoulder of Udi, that needs to react.
23 minutes.
Oh, another missed pass.
But you're right, Udi is just not very comfortable at the moment.
No, he's not having the feeling of the passes, no? And this is a horrible feeling for a player, no? When you having that confidence in the short passes, on those change of play that he's trying from the right back to the left back. Look, another one. Nice defensive job by Nico Varela, and somehow Enrique is blocking those fullbacks of Udi, and I think that's the key, no? Enrique somehow is blocking the runs of the fullbacks and is making it really uncomfortable, Udi.
But Udi's coming forward again.
Finally, yes, he left behind the pressure, but now Augusto
can't piece together the vital passes that are needed at the moment. He looks just uncomfortable. You said it correctly, and he's sticking with that 5 at the back formation. Alex hasn't wavered from that yet.
Well, they were practicing from yesterday. They know each other, what tactically they are going to use, more or less. No surprises from Udi, no surprise at all from Enriquinho, but somehow Enriquinho is stopping the key of the Udi tactic, blocking those fullbacks that when they go high up the pitch, provoke an immense outnumber of players over his opponent. Now finally looking for Federico Di Marco. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. This is the chance he was looking for so long, but another mistake. Great recovery by Enriquinho.
Just every passing lane seems to be cut off for him as soon as he wants to try and make that incisive pass inside. And we're about 10 minutes from half-time. Henriquinho 3, Udi 0. And it is Henriquinho who just looks so comfortable here. Barella skip past his man. Dumfries is there as well for company. Inside to Zielinski. Will come back towards Thuram and Martinez. Oh, it is Thuram! And it's 4!
Under the legs. And that's painful. That's really painful because Udi was there to block the shot, but he was just with the matchup, not clearing the ball. That one makes the difference. It was Enriquinho putting the shot, putting the trigger. 4-0. We haven't seen such a big score in just one half so far in a long time here at the club event finals. But something is sure, Enriquinho seems unstoppable in this game 3.
Well, it was the player of the week, Marcus Thuram, tucking home goal number 4 for Henriquinho. The previous 3 have been scored by the man who set it up. Turned assister this time around. And we're still 5 minutes from half-time, and Henriquinho has the ball again.
He's still with the possession, no? It looks like he's having a hard time to clear this play. Henriquinho!
It's 5! I am speechless.
No. There's only one playing there, and it's Henriquinho completely dominating and approaching the weakness of Udi, that somehow his tactic is completely broken. There is two parts, defense and attack, and that unlucky rebound, it was Bisek, with Salanoglu. That rebound was really well approached that for Henriquinho, that somehow is getting everything on his favor. Tactically, rebounds, momentum, and he's been really, really clinical. Harry, it's not easy. He's scoring almost every chance he got closer to the goal. Unbelievable.
I think this could end up being what we would call back in England a cricket score by the end of it, unless Udi can start to threaten Henriquinho's goal. Martinez for him now. Outside to DiMarco with the cross in towards Marcus Thuram. Çalhanoğlu to DiMarco, lots of space to try and find his man across the floor.
Still on for Udi.
Still alive, Thuram to Çalhanoğlu!
Whoa, what a finish in Udi. Great comeback. Still on track. It's not over.
The world champion is now on the board. Three different opportunities in this one passage of play just before half-time, and it is that one, a first-time strike by Haçan Çalhanoğlu.
Çalhanoğlu was like, Harry, I'm pissed off. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. Wonderful finishing. 5-1, yes, seems big, but it's nice to hear. It's nice to see from Udi. A great reaction.
6 goals in the first half between these two.
The last one will be for Henriquinho if he wins the header. Lautaro, no. And we will go through the dressing room with a massive score, Harry, 5-1 between two players that completely could be fighting for a world championship. So it's completely unexpected. Henriquinho has entered the game in a wonderful way, and is now the pressure on Udi that, well, he will respond, 100%. He will respond.
Well, the second half is underway. I was going to say, don't adjust your phone, your screen, wherever you're watching us from. It is half-time, not full-time. And we're in the second half now. Henriquinho in the all-changed white Inter Milan strip, attacking this right-hand goal. Marcus Thuram giving chase, and, well, it will be a corner for his efforts here.
Yeah, it looks like nobody's Henriquinho having the corner kick on his favor, looking for Pavard, Thuram, many options there in the corner kick, maybe playing short. Yeah, it's short for Joaquin Correa.
Well, he's just dancing in and around the box, isn't he? Trying to find that all-important pass that could split open the defence, but it's allowed Udi to now try and break. Çalhanoğlu's held his run as long as he could.
Mostly what you need at this moment from Udi is to find solution to how to defend better against Henriquinho, no? Because he's taking so much to recover the ball every single time, and that making him really a lot of difficulties to build up his play. No, every single time he's regaining the ball on his box, and it's so long until he connect with the striker. So somehow he need to, find any solution to get closer, to put some pressure, because right now Henriquinho is really comfortably.
He is indeed, and the scoreline will explain exactly why he feels so comfortable. 5-1 at this level is, I mean, they were clinical. 5 shots, 5 goals, 1 shot, 1 goal.
Even the champions can't avoid to have a bad game, Harry. This is the highest competition in the world. This is the best level so far in eFootball. And I will say, still a long time to play. 30 minutes left. Clear advantage from the Brazilian Henriquinho, that is making a big statement so far on today's finals, saying that he wants to be the champion today. But it's not over.
Lautaro here for Udi. And for those that were paying attention to the schedule you will know that Udi takes the stage again after this match. Oh, well, he doesn't want to concede 6 thanks to the goalkeeper. He pushes it round, and that won't be the case, at least for now.
Yes.
Thuram can't quite find pay dirt there.
Just to take a look at that dribbling, sometimes the best one. Just to dribbling without rush the running bottom. That's the best, because sometimes defensively you rush with the match-up bottom, and sometimes the simple turns is enough to avoid and to leave behind your defender. Great action again by Henriquinho, and now some substitution here on the screen. Udi. Same tactic for Enrique Mesquita, most likely with sub-tactic, because just to remember, sub-tactic are really, really important here. 3, 4, 5, all the substitution made by Udi that is trying to put everything he has into this last part of the match. Zielinski counter target to have 3 players on top, so Zielinski will not defend in the last part of the game for Udi. Try to accumulate, maybe for those counter Harry, maybe to put some troubles on Enrique. We'll see. Corner kick for Henriquinho.
It is indeed following that Thuram strike that was pushed around the post. Here it is, Mkhitaryan. Needs to try and beat at least one. Havard was the man that was trying to get on the end of that. And now Udi, who trails by 4 clear goals, can start to travel forward. That's good wrestling by Dumfries. He wins the ball back fairly. Inside now. Correa, Thuram, is he onside? He'll find Zielinski.
No way.
No!
And look at the celebration for Enrique, because that was a goal. Maybe the timing was perfect, but look at how far he went for the goal. That was the best action so far from Udi. And what a disappointed finishing, no?
Just showing his class and his ability there, but in the end, the finishing let him down. I think it was more difficult to miss than score in that scenario. But the scoreline remains 5 for Henriquinho, 1 for Udi. But Udi's trying to change that here.
Yeah, his combinations are completely perfect now compared to before. Nicely new version from Udi, more compact, more accurate. And now he's getting closer to score the second one.
Nice. Beats his man.
Zielinski going through Correa. Marcos! Great save.
Great save.
He's putting another intensity. He's 1 level up in terms of intensity compared to before. Now play on red. Going offensive, Udi, that unless to get some confidence is really important, Harry. It's not just to win to not, but to finish the game in a fashionable way. You know, scoring, creating chances is really, really important at this point for him.
Especially to feel comfortable going into your next match.
Yeah. Bastoni regaining 1 and twice the ball.
Someone that is so comfortable at the moment is Henriquinho. Just everything he do, it does look effortless. Everything he does. He's been giving the ball away somewhat
10
in the
minutes
second
left.
half. As you say, 10 minutes to go.
But Henriquinho is impressive how he has defended the wings of Udi. No? Completely, Udi has no player to connect with. Simply the wingers are blocked by the marks of Henriquinho, and is just letting Udi to play on the center side, which he doesn't accumulate as many players that we can expect from. And that's the problem. He's struggling. He has no players to connect with. Wonderful job by Henriquinho to analyze and to stop tactically Udi in this match.
5 minutes to go. And this one is now out of sight for Udi. Henriquinho has played a blinder. Those 5 shots finding the goal in the first half. Well, how much he would love to run that goal difference up. Marcus Thuram here has found the space on the right side of the pitch, but Bastoni stoically stepping up. And that one will just roll
2 minutes
agonizingly behind. 2 minutes added on.
This game one in console seems to be almost over, and the first 3 points will go to Belo Horizonte, Brazil, because Henriquinho made a massive game on how to be clinical, intense.
And that will do it. Clinicality, intensity, it was all there for Henriquinho winning 5-1 against the world champion of 2 years ago. What a match. Henriquinho, he should be very proud of that one.
And now completely shocked the score, because you can expect one or other to win the game, but not in that way. 5-1 is simply outstanding victory for Enrique Mesquita, Henriquinho, which is starting with a proper way this competition. Just to remember, how important is exactly when you play in a group of 3. You cannot let any mistakes at this score, because lately, Harry, and maybe at the end of the day, in terms of you tying on points, maybe this score could be really, really negative for Udi, but we'll see. Still one more game to play for Udi, and will be the next one against Arda.
Well, here was the second goal, 2 in 20 minutes. It was a 24-minute hat-trick for Lautaro, if memory serves me rightly. Not much celebration for the second there from Henriquinho. He knew a 2-goal advantage just would not cut the mustard, and always would invite Udi back into the game. But this one, off of the post and into the goal to complete the hat-trick from Lautaro. There's the relief. There is that goal. But no doubt will be making his father very proud. He said, of course, I represent my father every time I play. It's his dream to come here to Italy, and I think his father will be very, very proud, at least after that performance. Lautaro, who had just completed his hat-trick, that time around turned provider to strike partner Marcus Thuram, leaving Udi scratching his head. It was another mistake by the man from the land of the rising sun, which made it 5 in the first half. And Henriquinho at that point knew things essentially were done and dusted, everything within his control. Of course, before the half-time whistle, we saw goal number 6 of the first half. It's this time Adcan Çalhanoğlu with the first-time strike after 3 consecutive chances for Udi. But in the end, the handshake comes in, the sportsmanship is there. Udi on the ropes in this group. Henriquinho, Semra, continuing his fine form.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I have to pick my jaw off the floor after watching that. Emphatic victory there, 5-1. I mean, he certainly came out swinging, and he is a man very much with a plan, as you can see, certainly looking to right the wrongs of the other day, Alex. I mean, you've got to talk to him to find out just how it is that he was able to pull out such an incredible performance out of the bag.
Here we are with the winner of match number 3, Enrique Mesquita, Henriquinho from Belo Horizonte Pramundo. Enrique, what a way to start the competition. Is like beating a former world champion, and not just that, in that way, the first half was simply unbelievable. What was in your mind in that moment? Now in Spanish, esa primera parte fue increíble. ¿Cómo se dio todo, ¿no? Ese inicio de partida tan fuerte contra un gran rival como es Udi.
Eu não esperava que ia ser primeiro tempo tão bom assim. O Udi é um grande adversário, um adversário muito difícil, mas acho que a partir do primeiro gol eu ganhei muita confiança. Eu senti que estava jogando muito bem e acho que os gols saíram muito rápido, então eu fui ganhando confiança e ele foi perdendo também. Acho que isso desenrolou a partida toda.
Yeah, confidence. No, the other day he was also shocked at the way he was performing in the first half. He saw having some difficulties on his opponent. He approached the momentum. He was getting some confidence after each goal, and he saw that Udi was losing it, and he approached it very, very well. Now into the upcoming games, Enrique, look at first at the previous one. That formation for you worked perfectly against Udi. You know, those fullbacks were completely blocked by your formation. Dan Prince at the marco has nothing to do from Udi against you. ¿Cómo fue eso? La formación quizá, ¿tenías pensado analizar, bloquear ese ataque tan fuerte del japonés con esos laterales ofensivos?
Sim, é uma formação muito diferente para mim. Eu não estou acostumado a jogar contra. Hoje de manhã eu falei com o Fute Fácil e com o Iga. Eles me falaram algumas coisas que podiam dar certo. E eu treinei com o Fute também e acho que deu certo nesse primeiro jogo.
Good to hear. No, he was like analyzing and seeing how to stop, because that formation is not comfortable, not used to play against it. And talking with Fute Fácil and other fellows countrymen there in Brazil, how to, block that advantage that Udi is using into the competition. Now, one game left Arda. It's not over, it's not done already, the qualification. Any thoughts before your last match of the group?
Arda também é um grande jogador. Eu acho que vai ser um grande jogo. Agora acho que é descansar, observar o próximo jogo também e me preparar bem para a partida, porque é uma partida muito importante para poder classificar para a final.
Indeed it is. No, he's really confident. It's a really important match later on against Arda. Arda, we have a really high respect to him because he knows how good it is. But, you know, it's time to fight. It's time to decide who's going to go through the grand final on console. Senra Harry on you, because these have just started.
It certainly has, but it's looking very good indeed, isn't it, for Henriquinho? 3 points on the board. He'll be watching very keenly with a very sharp eye in this next match between Arda Golazo and Udi. We obviously saw that Udi definitely needs to respond rather quickly, considering he doesn't have a lot of time here to actually make up for all of his mistakes. But nonetheless, Arda will have been watching with a very sharp eye as well, indeed, to see what it is that he can do to take advantage of that. Oh, I see. You're reacting to something over in the mobile group. What is it, Harry?
That is impressive. Apria Mashvili taking down Frank in the Indonesian second game. Wow, I mean, that's amazing. I think that was that must have been 3-2 off the top of my head. An amazing game. Shame we missed it, but that's a real surprise. I mean, 6 points more often than not is good enough to get through in this type of group. So that's amazing for the young man all the way from Georgia.
And considering that Frank has lost both of his games thus far, one left, it's looking as though he's probably going to be the first one to be packing his bags and heading home. But nonetheless, I mean, it looks like we could have some interesting twists and turns then over in mobile.
Definitely is a really interesting shock, no? Because we said before, maybe one of the pending tasks for Frank is to maintain the focus. Maybe because we weren't seeing that defeat against Sakti completely unexpected, maybe on his side. It has said a lot about the second score that Nico, the Georgian, is completely impressive. That opened the doors for sure to the Argentinian, to Germán, and also to Sakti to get through the grand final. So that's really positive for the chances for the rest. No, that one of the favorites, Frank, is almost out or virtually out of the grand final.
And if Patuksan doesn't get any points on the board in his next match against Sakti, that's going to be very much the same fate for him as well. Given that the Indonesian Sakti did come out so strong earlier in the day, you might hedge a bet on him, thinking that he's probably going to be the one that comes out the favoured of the two.
Yeah, typically if you do that though, and you're one of the two men on the stage, then it can be at your peril. You have to stay completely focused and treat everyone as if they are a world champion that you're facing, and give it your all no matter who it is. There's no guarantees that you will feature in the final just because you won your first match. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if Sakti can maintain his composure and his focus. If he does so, though, yeah, you'd have to say his favourite after what we saw in match number 1.
To be continued, but for now, let's move back over to console where we have our next players getting ready for action. Arda Golazo and Udi are now in the tunnel. We can take a quick glance as to how things are going on over there. Udi looks much more serious. He was already serious to begin with, but looking even more so. Now, there we go. Nice little wry smile. That's what we like to see. Arda Golazo looking as though he's ready for action too for his first match of the day. Should be a cracker then.
Yeah, it should be. It really should be. And I think Udi knows exactly what is at stake here. Having lost his first match, I mean, this is a must-win because this is his final group stage match. I mean, there's no other points left on the table for him after this. So a win here, you have a chance. You're hoping Henriquinho maybe does you a favour in his final group match later on. But it's probably the worst position to be in going into your second game.
It is the worst because there's no time to reaction. There's no time to change tactically anything. Just get some fresh and then go for it. He's a champion. If you are a champion, he has surely something to prove already, and he has the tools to wake up from that difficult situation he is right now. And in front for sure, Arda will take to start the game as better as he can, but he should be quite free at the early step into the match. So maybe it's where Udi can get an advantage.
Well, let's see then how it all shakes out between these two. Off we go then with Arda Golazo and Udi.
Hi, my name is Arda. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Turkey, and I will be representing West Asia region in the Inter Milan Club Finals. For me, being in Milan means a lot because I have passed in this city, and I also represented Inter Milan before 3 years ago. So winning this club finals would mean a lot to me, and representing Inter Milan in the World Finals is a dream for me. I have been playing eFootball since 9 years. My first game was Pro Evolution Soccer 2016. I prefer to play in an attacking gameplay because I always feel safer when I can score more than compared to the defensive gameplay. I believe my toughest opponent will be Henriquinho because he also played for other club final, which might mean that he's already experienced in the club events, but this doesn't mean that I'm not capable of winning it. It means a lot to me to play for Inter. It's my favorite team in Italy, of course. I represented it before. Make sure to support me for my family, friends. I really appreciate them, and I'm sending my heart to them, and hopefully I will make them proud.
こんにちは、私の名前はウディです。日本から来ました。東アジアの代表として今回インテルミラノの大会に出ることになりました。よろしくお願いします。インテルミラノで出場することは、小さい頃からの夢でしたし、私にとってインテルミラノは、とても大きなクラブで、本当に好きなクラブなので、その代表になれるかもしれないというこのチャンスは、逃せないので、今回も頑張りたいなと思います。明日はもう優勝すること、ナンバーワンになることしか考えてないので、頑張りたいなと思います。勝てると思いますし、勝つために1年間練習してきたので、過去は世界大会でも優勝してますし、もう一度勝つだけなので頑張りたいなと思います。私にとってeFootballボールはもう昔から子供の頃からやっているゲームですので、ここまで応援してくれた皆さんのためにも頑張りたいなと思うので、日本の代表として頑張りたいなと思います。応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Well, they're out the tunnel now, and for one of them, it is going to be do or die here at the club finals from all the way back in 2023 when that man was crowned world champion. We haven't heard too much from him. We've been waiting for his return in this type of environment, and now he needs to prove, Alex, exactly why he was crowned world champion.
Indeed, that's the moment. That's the moment. Champions has to appear, and this is perfect momentum for Udi, for the Japanese, to prove it. In front, Arda Golazo, such a big talent, rising star. Well, not that rising star, he's a star already at the eFootball, but you know, we are always asking more from him. No, he was a former Inter Milan eFootball pro player back in the time. Now had the chance to represent Inter as well at the World Finals. And you know what? He has to be there to prove it again why he is such a good player. Different story, difficult situation as well for him. He hasn't played any game already. Udi comes to have finally the last 15-20 minutes in a way better performance as we saw in the early path of the game one. So that could be positive. We'll see. It's not easy to be on the skin of Udi right now. It's like a lot of mindset, a lot of things running over his brain. Keep the same formation, change formation, change maybe some in the advanced tactics, advanced instruction. Maybe my opponent now will know how to block my fullbacks. Maybe he don't. You start to think too much. Sometimes you overwhelm really deep in your mind, and that's really negative.
It's the worst thing you can do at this stage. And Udi will know he has to stick with exactly what got him this far. Great to see Arda Golazo back as well, the young man from Turkey.
We want Golazos or no?
We can just call him Ardo.
No, I mean, golazo is what we say when you just got a super goal.
If he scores, of course, Udi will be hoping that's not the case. But the man from Turkey, we remember him, of course, from when he made his debut. 15 years old for the very club
That was
which
crazy,
shirt he wears right now, Inter Milan.
No, exactly. And it's a guy that is not fully into the competition scene. He's mixing with his university. We said before, he's studying right here, that close to the venue in Milano. He's from Turkey, but studying here in Milano. And it's such an interesting story, like how the player has to develop themselves, their career professionally outside the video game. That's really important, because at the end of the day, studies is really, really important nowadays, but as well to find free time, Harry, to play your matches and eFootball, because you never know, maybe one day you could be right there as the players representing, or with a chance to represent such an international, amazing and big club as Inter Milan is. And look at the tactics. Interesting information by Arda Golazo. The same already for the moment so far for Udi, which with Hakan Çalhanoğlu, Aslani keep on that positioning, and we'll see if that left winger from Arda Golazo can block those runs for Dumfries, I guess, which is the man that will face off. It's time to go. It's time to see a potential semi-finals, to be honest. And then it's a final. They have to do their best. And let's make the best win.
Well, I can't wait for this one. 11-year age gap between the two. But all is the same in the eFootball server. We are ready to go. Arda Golazo against Udi. You can see how the console group table things are as they stand. Udi needs to win, and he needs to win well. He will be in the changed white strip. It will be the 18-year-old Turkey international in the home strip, as you said, just a stone's throw from his home where he's studying here in Milan.
Nice build-up.
That's really nice. It's very nice. It's Thuram! And it's Arda Golazo!
And in. Was a lovely combination, especially the position of the midfielders of Arda with Zielinski as a left winger is having such a big superiority to turn, to pass, to make run, those pass and run, and accumulate as many players as he did. Look at that. That combination, easy but effective between Marcus Thuram and Lautaro, with that finishing the Frenchman, Marcus Thuram, taking the lead.
It's not just a 1-2, it's a 3-4. And then the finish by Thuram just compounds the misery for Udi. It has not been his day so far.
No, especially with the cursor. He's not finding the fast enough to switch cursor to the right defender to be on time. He's quite late. We'll see. It's just the beginning. But same feeling so far from the champion, from Udi.
So in the opening 5 minutes, Arda scores first. And he looks very comfortable here with Lautaro Martinez. As you rightly pointed out, Alex, he represented this club for around 2 seasons, I believe. So he knows it very well. Knows what it means to don the blue and black shirt.
Much better combination now from Udi, having the superiority for Federico De Marco in the left-hand side, looking for the cross! No. Here it is, no! Great save.
Necessary save.
First time he found solution from the left fullback, Federico Di Marco. And that could be one of the keys now.
Mistake.
Some big mistake from Arda Golazo, conceding a corner kick in favor of Udi. That need to approach it.
Çalhanoğlu looks to be towards the back post. There was a few white shirts in there. Bastoni. Dumfries into Thuram. Really nice turn. Oh, Emmanuel save.
Now some net from Arda Golazo, which is having a hard time with that strong pressure from Udi.
This first 15 minutes has been so exciting. That's a bit of a mistake, though. Not the first today from Udi. Needs to try and take better care of the ball, especially in those positions, because that's how he conceded 5 in the first half of match number 1. Here's Lautaro, though, looking for the man. It's Thuram.
And it seems to be an effective way to finish his chances. Udi finding once again Marcus Thuram, which for the second time in a row wasn't able to put that header into the net. Great reaction, way better It's now time for Arda to suffer a little bit back in defense. But by the way, still positive for the man from Turkey with that early lead. In front of such a big player that needs just win for his chances to go through.
20 minutes gone. And both of these players have local ties, both to, well, where we are right now here in Milan with Arda Golazzo studying here, but also you have to think Tokyo. Udi from Chiba Prefecture. It's in the Kanto region, just east of Tokyo, so the World Finals would be just around the corner from his house.
A World Championship final that this time will be slightly different, and we will invite all of you guys to follow it later on this time. But now it comes the chance
for a second.
No, great block, Bastoni, and another mistake for Udi.
Can't maintain possession.
But solving that mistake with Bastoni once and again, but missing that pass. Hakan Çalhanoğlu, the anchor man, special card for. Oh, look at the pass.
Oh, that's really nice. And it's Lautaro trying to feed it back across. And it's Thuram again. So much patience and vision. And it's Thuram doubling the lead for Arda. It's another golazo for Arda Golazzo.
No, it's a super golazo from Arda. Look at the replay. That extra pass from Lautaro, making it like a sweet over the foot of Marcus Thuram. Arda Golazzo putting some advantage, so a massive one, 2 goals up over the Japanese, which is over the edge to get eliminated from the competition.
Half an hour gone. It is Arda Golazzo 2, Udi 0. Chance here at an attack. Can't get it past the defender. He will need all the support that Japan can muster with Udi. He's into the box now with Lautaro. This could be a chance. Mkhitaryan fires it in. And he gets one back. Henrik Mkhitaryan.
He's back on track, Harry is really back on track, Udi. Even if the feeling defensively is still really bad on him, offensively it's a different story. Compared to game one, he's finding solutions. He's finding this man, Mkhitaryan, really easily. Mkhitaryan with counter target is putting some difficulties over the defense of Arda Golazzo. And look at that pass back from Lautaro. Great finishing. Just 1 goal down. That means the chances for Udi aren't over yet.
Just completely lost his marker in the box. And Mkhitaryan gets one on the board for Udi. Sets us up for a bit of a brawl here between these two. Nice read. 10 minutes until half-time. Pavard just a bit too strong on that challenge. The referee will reprimand him for that.
He said the referee, no more, no more. 10 minutes left. And Udi with that long ball looking for Thuram, winning the header. Lautaro! With that strong clear, Arda, which doesn't want to concede any big mistake back in the defense. Now starting with Marcus Thuram that can't find anyone to go through. Finally, yes, Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan maybe trying the long ball. No. Great block. Çalhanoğlu, which is a really special and important card here for Inter Milano, which is now Lautaro. Harry, let's see if we have any evidence of an improvement from Udi defensively.
5 minutes until half-time. Çalhanoğlu, controlled, of course, by his countryman, Arda Golazzo.
He's taking his time. I love to see that. He's pretty smart.
Cross to Thuram. Has a lot to do from this
Pavard
position.
This time.
Benjamin Pavard is coming across, wins the ball back, and now can start to maybe try and turn that defense into attack. Mkhitaryan up to Marcus Thuram. Çalhanoğlu's joining the attack here. Half-time approaching.
Again,
DiMarco. There's so much time for him to try and get a cross in. Achan Çalhanoğlu will recover, beats his man as well, and here's that stunning cross.
He tried. I was almost connecting the cross The low cross with
One
Somtan
more.
is perfect in the condition.
One more attack as DeMarco again with that purple power bar, but Udi will end the first half with a flurry of attacks, but a 2-1 deficit.
A look at the stats, just 2 shots on target, 2 goals for Arda Golazo, 4 shots for Udi, which is finding a really big solution right there in the left-hand side with Federico De Marco. And is Arda just blocking very well Dumfries, but it's not finding solution to block those run by De Marco, which is being, let's see, the key so far of the attack.
Dumfries on near side. 2 around down towards Lazzaro. It's wide.
Nice play.
But Udi ending the first half in the same way he just started the second.
Crosses,
attacks down the wing, and those crosses, as you say, Alex.
If he starts to connect it and to be more precise, more accurate, he can turn over the score 100%. Nice way to regain the ball.
Arda giving the ball away. Mkhitaryan, scorer of Udi's lone goal in this game.
I was expecting more control, more possession from Udi. He's quite aggressive in the way he want to go through over the pitch so fast. I wasn't expecting that from what I saw in the training. And but yeah, you know, different situation, and he needs to score. He needs to go for the win.
Nice play from Udi. Gets it to Mkhitaryan. Çalhanoğlu.
Nice prediction by Arda Golazo with Bastonin, and now going high up the pitch and try to connect with his center forward. Meantime, Çalhanoğlu winning some time with some calm, trying to build up his play, accumulating, moving from left to right. But not enough this time. Time is running almost on the headline in the moments where substitution could appear. But now is Udi trying to go forward.
We're approaching the hour mark, and we're just looking for that game-changing moment here soon. Substitutes on the bench maybe starting to warm up, as it's the time where subs can really make an impact. Arda here with Zelensky, and Barella outside, turns wide and tries to find Lazzaro. Can't quite make it there. Udi living dangerously. Here's Mkhitaryan. Back inside to him now, Çalhanoğlu. Couldn't quite cancel that input. Straight into traffic. It's got a bit messy and scrappy here in the last 5. Many turnovers.
This is the typical moment where we are about to see something explosive, but for the moment, no control, no one having a great action into the game, no combination at all. But Arda on possession. Arda trying to get uncomfortable his opponent, when now wonderful shoulder charge by Aslani. And now they start the counter of Udi that need to score as soon as possible. Predictable and defended by Arda, but losing quickly the ball again.
That can be really dangerous. Mkhitaryan tries the 1-2 with Lazzaro.
Look at the ball, eh? Oh, that back heel.
Improvised.
Pass.
And he wins the ball back actually with the tackle off of Dumfries.
Nice super cancel.
Zelensky. Can he find a blue shirt? Yes, he can. It's Marcus
Great save.
Thuram. What a save!
That pass back for the man running the second line was simply lovely. That pass, this one from Zielinski. For a Marcus Thuram in a perfect spot. Harry Ba with the manual goalkeeper. This time Udi in the right choice, in the right position, waiting. That shot.
Seeing Udi opt for Martinez in goal.
Di Marco for
instead of Jan Sommer.
Arda. And also he will get closer, he will compact a little bit his midfield. He getting Davide Fratesi. For Udi we got Zielinski, Fratesi, Nicolo Barella, and a left back to join the attack, Carlo Augusto. So no more Federico Di Marco for Udi, and now all the attack will go through Carlo Augusto, as we see only going with one full-back offensive. The champion, the Japanese, Udi.
Following the pause and the substitutes, it will be a corner on that far side to Arda Golazo. currently in control of the game, but only by 1 goal. It is in towards Thuram. Punched away. Udi surviving and on the ropes here. His tournament life hanging in the balance.
Oh,
And
nice
it's
ball.
through, is it, to Correa? It will be another corner.
But better header by Bastoni, avoiding that pass making through. Another chance for Arda. Maybe going on short, maybe not. Looking for Bise to win the header. The pass by Fratesi with the shot.
Oh,
Great save.
Another save! What another great save! Pushed round the post, it will be what feels like the 1000th Arda Golazo corner.
Fratesi, who scored recently a really important goal for Inter internationally.
Another corner, this time headed away by Udi. He's under siege here.
Still the pressure, eh?
And a draw wouldn't really do him much favours either.
Good moment so far for Arda to finish the game, but now the reaction can't happen already.
It's just pinned in, there's no outlet for him. Can't get this ball
Another
out of
goal
his defence.
will be the end for Udi in this competition. Udi, who hasn't connected with any single action passes in the last moments of the game. Still the pressure. Is Marcus Thuram inside the
He's
box?
got the strength. Who can he find? Who's there? It's only the goalkeeper.
Oh, the mistake. He knocked it in the post.
Udi is living so dangerously.
8 minutes left. Now,
Still time.
finally, the time for Udi to go hype up the pitch to create a good chance. Fratesi winning
inside.
the support. Correa, the pass in. Bastoni.
But a reminder about Udi's goal difference. He lost his first game by 4 goals, so a draw would almost not be enough for him. You'd
Not
be expecting
automatically,
Henriquinho to do him a favour.
Exactly, Harry. But at least, better a draw than a loss. That will automatically send it out of the competition. Still time.
Still
nice
time
change
indeed.
of play. Looking for Carlo Augusto. They haven't touched the ball already. Seeing the substitution. Nice, lovely combination. Fratesi looking for Correa.
It's offside anyway. In the 90th minute. Oh, Udi
1
needed that
millisecond
flag to
late.
stay down.
That pass. Udi playing offensive, Arda defensive for those last moment of the match.
Let's see what the number is.
Need to keep this possession or to do exactly that, clear the ball.
Only 2 minutes added on, and I don't think there will be enough time. Certainly not for a win, but this will be the last chance here for Udi to salvage anything from this game. He's given the ball away. And Arda can clear the ball, and Arda will win the game. 2 goals to 1. The 18-year-old who made his debut for Inter Milan 3 years ago at the age of 15 puts 3 points on the board.
Massive victory for Arda, chances here in the competition today. We saw a better version for Udi, but definitely not enough for him to make it possible to force a draw, to get a victory. And at the end of the day, those momentums are not in your favor, when you have not the feeling. Let's get the replay. The first goal here from Arda. Udi wasn't already feeling the cursor pretty well, coming late in every single action, every single pass from Arda. And that makes it so simple for Arda Golazo, that who approached a great start of the game to hold the win, to hold the score, and to bring a massive 3 points for him today.
That is exactly what it is, a massive 3 points. And it took a little while before we saw Udi really settle into the match. This one probably the pick of the bunch in terms of a team goal that we've seen so far today. And we've seen plenty of goals today. Thuram turning that one into the net to give Arda his 2nd goal. And Udi knew he would be facing a big challenge. Henrik Mkhitaryan, a few moments later, would hit that first time strike and find a goal back and a glimpse of hope for the 2023 champion of the world. But it just was not his day. The day, in this match anyway, belonged to Arda Golazo. Just 18 years old, but he would love to represent this club once again. was unfortunate in the end to not come away with more goals. We're seeing this late flurry. I think the last 10 or so in-game minutes, there were about 3 or 4 different opportunities for a goal. Another one, a third for Arda, but in the end, Semra, he comes away with the 3 points, and I think that's what he'll be most happy about.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, it's interesting how a world champion has been dispatched by 2 different competitors today, and I think that it really speaks to just how players have actually evolved over the last couple of years in such a short amount of time, just how competitive everybody has become and how high the level has become as well all across the planet. Arda Golazo certainly proving that to be true today. The young talent, 18 years old from Turkey. Alex, let's hear what he has to say about getting those 3 points on the board. Things are looking very good for him to be in the grand final later on.
Here we are with Arda, the winner of the match, number 4. Some beauties, golazos you gave us in the match. Well enough to get the 3 points. 3 points that are massive for your chances to get into the grand final. But how was? We saw you quite nervous at the beginning to hold the control in defense as well for your opponent. How you deal, how you are right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty great since I got the win, and it's awesome to start the journey with 3 points, especially for group stage. It's really important to qualify for the finals. And my opponent played pretty well. He was also close to score. Maybe at the end I could have scored as well. I had some chances, but the thing I can do is to finish my chances next time. Hopefully I can play way better against my next opponent.
Again, that will be really, really important, but mostly for me, the important is what it means to you to be wearing again this jersey, these colors, after your experience playing for them in the eFootball Pro. Let us know what it means to you to win today.
Yeah, especially with Inter representing after a long while, it's an awesome feeling, and I hope if I can win, I will represent this team also in Tokyo. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I will do my best to get the job done.
It's great to know there's the thoughts for Arda Golazo. That now we move on to the upcoming games that, we still more to play, but Arda in a look shape for the qualify to the grand final.
Officially is already in the grand final, isn't he? Because Udi has no points on the board. It means it's just him and Henriquinho. So I guess actually in that final match of the group stage, it's going to be really interesting as a precursor of what is to come between the two of them, because they will meet again in the grand final. So that one, certainly keep your eye on it, because it would be a very tasty appetizer as to what we can expect then in terms of which one of those two are going to be heading off to Japan. As Alex rightly said, however, we do still have plenty more to look ahead to, so don't we get stuck into that next match and see what it is that we can expect, because actually Frank, to be frank, unfortunately, is already out of contention. So that means there are 2 spots for 3 players left. So
3 into 2 just doesn't go, Semra. That's the unfortunate reality of the situation for our remaining mobile contestants. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the group table has stacked up, because as we saw before that match, the young Georgian coming through and doing a fantastic job, winning 2 of his 2 matches so far. It is an impressive performance. I don't want to say we underestimated him coming in, because quite frankly we didn't really know what to expect, but I think now he's made us all sit up and take attention and realise that this guy's the real deal.
We saw more packed the scene into console compared to mobile. No, definitely the Georgian is showing that up that they're still quite open to reach that level that fast, and to be here emerging, performing in front of the lights, in front of everyone looking at home. I wanna make sure that at the end of the day, those topics, people talk about like the calendar. We saw Udi that sometimes play 2 consecutive games are positive. You win first one, but then if you don't perform that good in the first one, you have no time to really react. I think he has to be disappointed. But at the end of the day, we need to mention that no one has to be disappointed to be here, not to perform, not to reach the final, not to be at the World Finals. Just to be here is such a difficult achievement, but obviously for a guy who has won the World Championship, for a guy who his goal is just to be for second time World Champion, we can Yeah, understand really his brand right now for sure.
Well, don't rule him out for next season because you just never know, of course, what
You
can
never
happen
know.
a year from now. But we do have our next rivals who are ready and locked in the tunnel. Let's have a quick glimpse as to how they're shaping up ahead of their next fixture. It's Frank, as we said, who unfortunately is already out of the competition. But Patuksan, well, he still has an opportunity here. And talk about someone who had the opportunity to analyze the video footage, to go back over his performance, having lost that opening match. Still no points on the board if memory serves me well. So he does have a slight opening to get something here today, which would still keep him alive in the possibility, in the realm of actually reaching the grand final.
Yeah, indeed. And we don't know the result that went down between him and Sakti. So for all we know, there could be everything to play for here. We could see either of these two really just go out and play for pride, or there could be something at stake. We're looking forward to seeing great eFootball action anyway. eFootball Mobile always has fast, frenetic pace. The timer goes very, very quickly. So you have to be clinical, and that's, I think, what these two will try and do here.
Well, hopefully at some point we'll be able to get a look at the group stages and just kind of see where we're at with all of those points. But I think for now, we are actually just going to continue to roll on into our next match and focus on what is going to happen here between those two then. So let's go ahead and get to it with Frank and Patuksan.
Out the tunnel they come. And for Frank, he is ready to take his seat and put on the best show that he can. For Patuksan, it's the second time we're seeing him. Of course, second time we're seeing both of them take the stage, but all the way from Argentina. We cannot understate how impressive it is to see this man come all the way here, having come through the gauntlet in round 4. The likes of Rental, Lamti, Lux, La Casa, El Misterio, Mendonça in there. It's a tough region. South America is proving to be one of the toughest eFootball mobile regions, Alex.
No, yeah, definitely every country right there, the community tournament as well. It's giving a big impact from the leadership to the develop of the region star that we have seen here at the official competition, performing and showing their dreams to one day becomes the best player in the world. And this game, at the end of the day, is always important. No? When you play on the stream, everyone expects you to win. It's a unique opportunity. No one wants to lose in front of your family, friends, fellow mates, rooting for you. And that's a great opportunity for Germán from Patuksan, the Argentinian, and Onyx Frank to show a great version of themselves, or why not, the best one, no? So I'm really looking forward to see a great version from Frank, even if his chances are down into this competition, to show why he is Onyx Frank. No, and on the opposite to Patuksan, nothing to lose, allows to win. We repeat many times this sentence, but that's really the reality, no? At the end of the day, his first appearance, we wish of many in the upcoming future. And why not to get through the grand final, Harry? It's a massive opportunity for him.
It is the beauty of how young of an esport eFootball Mobile is. There's always names for the future that we're going to be on the lookout for. Patuksan and Frank, of course, too, in front of our very eyes now. We will see exactly what they can produce for us. Indonesia versus Argentina. It's going to be a great clash of styles, I feel. And I just want to come back to Patuksan, of course, all the way from Argentina. You said it, Germán, is starting since August 2024. I have to keep reiterating how crazy that is. It is crazy to play 1 month after a world champion was crowned, to then fast forward to this qualifying and in round 4 to beat the world champion. That's an insane turnaround in your first year of competing.
No, definitely. No, at the end of the day, it's not easy to repeat at the World Finals. In the background, in the history of the World Finals, normally players qualify to the World Finals 1-2 years because, you know, it's the momentum of your career as a player. But to keep there at the World Finals every single year, as we saw for Etorito and such other players, this is simply impossible. So, I mean, I had my momentum as well. I had my years when I was a pro, and that's it. But you can't. It's not possible to keep such a big career. And yeah, happening the same in mobile. Even the champions are struggling to qualify every single year to the World Finals. The process, the qualification system is so tough, and only the best can go through.
Only the best can. And as you can see, they are eagerly waiting for kick-off here. Just taking moments to compose themselves. It's one of the most funny feelings, isn't it, Alex, when you're up on the stage? It feels like an eternity when you're up there, but then afterwards it feels like everything went by in a flash. And probably partly due to the fact 2 trophies are sat in between you and your competitor, just as a reminder of exactly what you're playing for.
No, exactly. Let's see now if what I wanted to see now is Germán, no? If he can have a better version of himself. We saw him on the stage on his first game. He wasn't quite nervous, wasn't that confident to combine, to connect with his fellow teammates in game as he usually do. And that's the visible thing, that you need to get the courage, you need to get that confidence, that experience there in the stage to overcome your opponent and play your game style. And that's really difficult. Same happened to Onyx Frank, which we were all expecting a lot from him, and at the end of the day, it's not that easy. Expectations sometimes are really heavy over the players. They are really young, and you know, it's not easy to deal with those situations. We'll see. It's pretty interesting to see what's going on. We are almost ready to go in this match number 5 of the day, the last one on mobile platform before a potential final later on. Because guys, let at home, let's learn a lot of stuff to catch, to learn, to get from this match between these 2 fantastic players, Frank for Indonesia and Patuxin, the Argentinian.
You can see they're just preparing now their team lineups and their tactics, ready to do battle. I personally cannot wait. These 2 have proven time and time again. I mean, just to get to this stage, as you were alluding to, Alex, it's so difficult to qualify for a club event finals. And there's only 6 events in a year.
Really interesting. Patuxin has put 2 tight markings on the strikers of Onyx Frank. It is pretty amazing. It's almost mirror formation. The only difference is Correa for Patuxin joining the attack as SS, and Onyx Frank using an AMF, but that formation pretty similar. Bielinski for Frank and Correa for Germán, and it's time to go, it's time to fight, it's time to go for the victory and set the 3 points on your leaderboards. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. It is Frank against Patuxin, who has a chance, the Argentinian, still to qualify for the final later on. Frank, sadly, we've waved goodbye to him already, but he will want to prove to the Garuda Nation at home that he is capable of doing the country proud at this type of event. It is Frank in the home strip, Patuxin in the all-changed white strip.
And now Frank losing the ball quickly. Is Patuxin on possession. Varela looking for the pass of Dumfries through Marcos Duran, but Bastoni for Frank. Regaining that ball, missing that header. Could catch it, Duran. No, Varela, Bielinski. Bad timing for that pass. When he's back to possession, the Argentinian. Mkhitaryan looking for Matteo Darmian, that we haven't seen so far already in this competition today. It's a really intense battle in the midfield to get the control of the ball. But that mirror formation, either of the players use the same tactic, is blocking the passes line so easily. Aslani! Great block.
Really good block. Whenever you see that purple power bar, I always say it, you know there's going to be some venom behind the strike, so the block needed to be made. Corner. Here to come. Patuksen, who will no doubt be wanting to push the pace here. That's 5 white shirts to aim for in the box alone. Can he find one of them? Bastoni. Oof. Wide. Just seems to be a nervous energy here in the studio, as there often is towards the latter stages of the groups. You can see exactly how the groups have played out. Oh, Bastoni has to head that one away towards Dumfries. Raya heading it on to Zielinski. Lautaro Martinez. All the way back to Jan Sommer. Oh, that's a big mistake though. Marcus Thuram is through and he will score. Frank capitalising on the mistake.
Yes, indeed, a huge mistake. You wish it not to happen on you, against you in such a big stage. And it really happened. That's football. Well approached by Onik Frank, taking the lead. Let's see the replay. The pass back. The heavy control.
Heavy touch, and Thuram stayed on his feet and with balance.
The experience will let you know to not to control, look into the opponent's goal, just to control to the side, avoiding exactly that. Difficult to expect, sometimes happen. Goal approached by Frank. Marcus Thuram putting over the net. 1-0 for the man from Indonesia.
We saw quickly there in that passage of play the results leading up to this point. I believe Patuksen took down Sakti 1-0. So Sakti, who took down Frank in our match number 1, will need a favour from his countrymen here. And so far so good for the country of Indonesia. Denzel Dumfries. Lautaro Martinez. This is good build-up from Frank. Marcus Thuram. Mkhitaryan. Time for the Argentinian to, well, think about getting one back. Offside that time, though. Time for some changes, Alex.
Some changes. Someone is not looking that comfortably. His formation, it seems to be the Argentinian. Well, now it's Frank that thinks that even winning can push way more with that new tactic 4-4-2, having that close connection. Fratesi, Zielinski on top as a AMF, and to DMF for Varela and Çalhanoğlu. That special card that led Çalhanoğlu to be DMF with game style anchorman, which is clinical and the most important for a DMF so far in eFootball.
10 minutes until half time. 1-0 to Frank. And he's looked very comfortable here. Certainly looks to have put the previous 2 results in his group behind him as he takes the stage to try and help out his countrymen. Elsewhere, Sakti hoping that Frank can get a result here. That's for Patuksen. He's trying to build, and Lautaro has time and space, and that's all he needs.
It looks simple for the Argentinian, on hands of Argentinian. Well done, Patterson putting the equalizer. What a shot for Lautaro Martinez. That chemistry, Harry, that chemistry between Argentina, I will let you know, is a plus. Well done. Equalizer. And new match starting from now. It wasn't the perfect positioning to score, quite far. One of two defenders in front. But nothing for Jan Sommer. Calm celebration so far.
It's all square just before half-time. But there is a chance for one last attack as well. Bastoni and his teammate there are playing hopscotch.
Chill, guys.
And there is the half-time whistle. Frank 1, Patterson 1. The Argentinian with the Argentinian scoring just before half-time.
And once again, only Frank, which leading, went back to a new formation, which seems to be not working. And he's back now, who's his initial formation. A lot of things happening in the mind of Frank. Switching that many times, not that common in eFootball. It's time to go. Frattesi to the left side. Is Varela to the right side? We'll see. We'll see. The Argentinian who comes with the need to win the game and probably force his chances, increase his chances to get through the grand final.
Second half underway. Patterson in the white strip, attacking the right-hand goal here early on. Zielinski to Çalhanoğlu. Patterson almost waiting for his runner there. Almost had enough time. Confirmation of that goal just before half-time by the Argentinian. As for Frank, he's starting to build up some nice play now. Sommer for Patterson has to clear the ball up the pitch. It's been a bit of a scruffy 10 or so in-game minutes, and I'm not sure which one that benefits.
This normally happen in the second half, exactly when the game is tied as it is right now, and now the chance comes up for the Argentinian. It's Joaquin Correa, another Argentinian showing up there from SS position. Still not enough, 20 minutes left. Now, Onyx random possession now. Putting some pressure to Argentina to regain the ball, but it's impossible. Finally, yes, Benjamin Pavard now quickly going up at the pitch with Lautaro Martinez with a run of Joaquin Correa. Bastoni.
Smartly across. 15 minutes left. It's poised on a knife edge here.
And a draw that will put the Argentinian with 4 points. When now he wants for more. Correa with the pass in. No, blocked by Carlo Augusto. 4 points virtually now for the Argentina. When now go the counter. Marcos Thuram, Zielinski, the pass back. Yes, he scores. Nick Fran, the man from Indonesia, leading match number 5. When everything looks like was the Argentinian getting closer and closer, that counter well approached by Frank to put again for second time in this match the lead. And just 10 minutes left, Harry.
He said last year, I was there watching the World Finals. Sadly, once more, he's having to play bridesmaid here. That's why you see the muted celebrations, but for Patterson, he knows. He knows this was a result that was within his grasp. And we'll have to wait and see what happens elsewhere unless we can see a goal in the final 10 minutes.
All the 5 substitutions made. Still 1 left for the Argentinian. No, finally 5, yes, Don. That has to put something else on top. Switching the positioning of his striker, but still with just 3 center forwards and 1 SS. Offensive for Mkhitaryan. It's kind of interesting because Mkhitaryan, as DMF, has advanced instruction as offensive. I don't know if it's a misclick or maybe it's a trick that he want to use it right now. Patrick Singh, we'll see. Kick off for him, kick off for the Argentinian.
And it is Frank who's scored most frequently in this match, with that 1 goal advantage and 5 minutes remain on the clock. Frank has the ball back here. Lautaro skipped past his man. There's blue shirts arriving here as well to maybe secure this result. Arnautovic turns back to Mkhitaryan. Pass is unsuccessful that time around, but there's only 1 minute added on here for Patrick to try and fashion one last chance. It's not forward enough for the referee, and Frank has won the game and played spoiler here potentially. What a win from Onik Frank. Sadly, it will not change his fate in the group, but he will leave with his head held high after that performance. 2-1 the final score, and we wait with bated breath to see what will happen elsewhere.
And the reality, no, how tough could be your mind sometimes in terms of, we finally got the victory for Frank when he need the less, no? At the end of the day, after 2 lost, finally coming up on the 3rd game with a victory. I mean, yeah, it has to be tough for him when we see the replay of the match. When the mistake now for Herman, it cost him a lot, and we'll see. It cost him his spot into the grand final. Well approached by Onik Frank. After that, we saw a great reaction. Herman started to play better and better. He got the equalizer. But at the end of the day, you know, you need to score your chances. And it happened here. When we saw the replay, the shot by Lautaro. And as I said, in front of such a big player, Harry, if you don't close the game, secure the victory, things happens. And that was that lately goal from Frank.
Well, he scored the opener, and then Patrick looked like he would be the one to go on and win, but it was this play. Zielinski just holding on to the ball, waiting for Lautaro to shake off the defender. And who else but that man? We've been saying his name time and time again today. It's Lautaro Martinez. Scoring for Frank, securing those 3 points, which will put a bit more credit to his name in the group standings. But as we said, sadly his journey will end here at the Inter-Club Event Finals, Semra. A great game, and Frank really, as I said, can bow out with his head held high.
It certainly does put a spanner in the works, doesn't it, for Patuksan's attempt to actually try and stay alive in the group stage. I expect we'll see it here and now. Yes, it's just over my shoulder, so let's try and see if we can zoom in on that group stage. There we go. Right, let's see where we're at then. So for mobile, we've got Abremashvili, who's still in pole position with 6 points. Frank, as you said, can bow out with at least 3 points to his name. Sakti, who's going to be up next, has a brilliant opportunity here to actually claim that spot that will put him into 2nd in the table. Then Patuksan also has 3 points to his name as well. So we've got a 3-way tie there. But we'll see if Sakti can change things up then, as it were. And for Consul, Henriquinho, Arduelazo, as we said, those two are already in the grand final. They'll be playing each other now, actually. I guess you could say that it is a nice little friendly warm-up, if you will, for the real real game that's going to give them the ultimate prize later on in the day. But why don't we go ahead then and focus on the next match that we're actually going to see then, which is the table topper, Apriamashvili, against Sakti.
Sakti, Nico, which is like a final, no? Sandra Harry, Sakti comes with a need of draw or win the match to go through the grand final. Nico, which is, I do my job. Let's see how sharp get into the last match of the group step, because the job is done for him. He's qualified into the grand final, but we'll see who will be his opponent at the grand final.
I mean, it's been so tough and tight in this group. Wouldn't surprise me to see Sakti, who had a bit of a slow burn throughout this group after winning the first game, then falling to Patok. I mean, they've all taken points off of each other. The only man standing above everyone else is, of course, the Georgian Apriamashvili. So looking forward to seeing if he can go throughout the groups undefeated, or if we will see Sakti get the job done and punch his ticket in that grand final.
We'll see.
What is it that you've liked most so far from the Jordan?
Well, no one expects nothing from him. Even his competitor doesn't know about him until now, you know, because they were testing each other, they were practicing, but I think no one expected him to perform that well. We have seen many times, group stage one thing, the finals is a different story. So let's be calm. It's good to have him in the final, but he needs to be ready. He needs to save some energies, because the most important thing is the next game. Not next game, but, you know, the grand final. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Sakti versus Apriamashvili, the final match of the group stage.
Respect between the two as they emerge out of the tunnel. One man already guaranteed to be there. He's on your screen at the moment. 22-year-old Nika Apriamashvili up against Sakti from Indonesia, who needs some kind of result in this match, Alex, in order to continue his dream of becoming the champion here today.
Sakti, who is always so nice to chill, to hang out with him. He's a really funny person, he's smiling, joking every single time. In the other hand, Nico, more calm, more focused on his stuff to do, which is, perform in eFootball mobile. Will be an intense match. Sakti came just for the defeat against Patuk and back in the training room, so he needs his best version right now in front of someone that seems to be unstoppable today so far after winning his both previous matches. So Harry, how mentally will be the strength, the intensity of Nico in front of someone, which is Sakti, that needs his best version so far to get through the final.
One thing we haven't mentioned is Sakti arrived today. We saw him arrive. So he has turned up, played his games, and is still in with a fighting shot, which is really, really impressive to do. It's so difficult to steady yourself in that kind of environment. He's done so, but will need to continue to do so against the current group leader.
And exactly, no, I think we really appreciate it to the effort for Sakti to make it through, finally be here with all of us. At the end, this competition is a party, it's a festival, it's a celebration for all the ones who love eFootball, who love the competition. I really have fun, no? I think just watching them play at the practice, you really have fun, you really learn from them. You see those details that we can see normally, that define a top player, worldwide top player compared to now a good player, no? Because we always say the first is to go into the rankings division, to be the top leader, and then get into esports. Get into esports is a different story. So, but I invite you, all of you guys at home, to take part in the eFootball competition. This year, it's true, we are almost touching the end of the competition before the World Final, but always is so fun to test yourself, compete among the best from the best across the world, the best from your region first, and who knows, look at the camera, Sakti, ready for it, slightly looking at the right side, what the hell the casters are saying about me, I don't care, looking sharpness, he wants to win, he wants to prove it, he wants to bring to Indonesia another victory. And on the other hand, Nico, who maybe doesn't realize how big this opportunity it is for him. He could completely change and start his career in his post. So we'll see. Really, really excited to see the upcoming match.
Could be the start of something truly special.
Yep.
In our final group stage match of the day, who will be joining the man on the right-hand side of your screen in the grand final later on? Will it be Sakti? Or will it be Patuksen, who we just saw fall to the hands of Onik Frank?
And don't get me wrong, Harry, but sometimes when you have not the pressure to play to lose that game, sometimes makes you play better. You know what I mean? At the end, we saw a great version from Nico Apremashvili, and now has nothing to lose. He's already qualified. Sometimes maybe that gives you that extra freedom mentally to be more fluid and make an easier gameplay. But we'll see.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, there's no outside chance that Frank can make it to the grand final, is there? We haven't been rooting and ruling him out. There might be some permutation. We'll leave that to the referees, shall we?
Yeah, we'll leave that to the referee because it's too much maths right now. I'm not into that.
Me neither. I'm into gameplay, as are these two. And I know you are as well, Alex, and we are moments away from kickoff. The goal for everyone that was here today across our two groups was to join the 10 current world finalists in Tokyo.
Oh, look at
who will it be?
Well, recovery.
And it is Sakti starting off in the home strip with Lautaro. With a strike there deflected. This will be a corner in the opening 5 minutes from Sakti, who has started very, very well.
So we are hearing from the referee some condition result right now on what needs to happen for the chances to Sakti or to Patuksen to go through. In the meantime, the corner kick in favor of Sakti playing short. Look at the chance. Zielinski in front of such a big defender. Dumfries getting the ball finally. Looking for Barella, but the run went so wide, losing the ball, the possession. Back again for Sakti that he's starting really strongly. He wants to win, eh?
He does indeed.
Oh.
Çalhanoğlu on that far side. Cancelled out by Dumfries. Now Thuram inside the box with the finesse. That controlled strike you'll see with the blue bar. And it's been a good opening 15 minutes here.
It's so intense, the pressure that is put in. Sakti over Nico with that mirror formation with 5 centre-back. Just slightly different of the midfielder of Sakti. With 2 really strong defensive midfielders to block any action by the center. When now quickly going to connect, but this time the right back quickly losing the ball. Look at that. Chaos in the midfield right now.
There's complete chaos. And it's Sakti who's been the benefactor as Thuram on his right foot has his shot blocked.
Finally, Nico is able to build up his play. De Marco, but nothing to play with. Wonderful change of play. Just to move on to maybe drag opponents out of position. Dumfries looking for Çalhanoğlu. Wrong direction, wrong angle, wrong timing. And then the counter from Sakti.
Zielinski down towards Denzel Dumfries. Oh, it stayed alive here as well. Martinez outside the box looking for Thuram. Oh, he was just blocked there. De Vrij. There's some good body blocking there defensively. Half an hour gone already in this match, and the majority of the action has happened on the right-hand side of your screen. Apremashvili has had to defend, and he's given the ball away here again.
This game doesn't stop. Hectic pace now with the initiative by Sakti connecting with Lautaro. Lautaro Dumfries is unable to catch the ball. Di Marco for Nico. Look at the pressure. 2 months going forward with that high intent pressure that Sakti is continually putting over Nico, which is completely out of timing in terms of overcome that strong pressure that the first and second line from Sakti is putting on.
He looks completely different to the man we saw earlier on take on Patuksen on the stage. Of course, a 1-0 victory that time, but he's coming forward here. And right as I say it,
we were asking.
The man we know and love. It is Nika Priamashvili scoring first against the run of play to open the scoring towards the end of the first half, and that would be miserable for Sakti.
We were asking Harry, and he delivered. Look at that, the first into the net from the man from Georgia that wasn't having a good time at all defending, conceding many chances by Sakti, but the first one, look at that, through passing. Sakti relaxing a little bit, doesn't clear in that ball, and that leg appeared, putting it over the net. Shot for the chances of Sakti that needs again go for a goal, go for the equalizer to go through.
Well, we're approaching the end of the first half, and he wants exactly that equaliser. Zelensky and it's Barea. Oh, it's going everywhere. The goalkeeper couldn't keep his hands on it.
What was Barella doing there? Blocking that pass to his teammate, and we went to the dressing room with that leading by the Georgian with just one shot on target, one goal, clinical. Looking for why not to get 9-on-9 in this group stage. If we are not wrong for the moment, this score is still putting Sakti into the grand final. A potential victory by 2 goals of Nico Priamashvili will qualify the Argentinian Patux into the grand final. So drama till the end of this match number 6. Anything can happen.
For the second half now, and they've swapped sides. Nico Priamashvili attacking the right-hand goal. He wants that 2-goal advantage. He wants to finish the group stages flawless. So far, so good. De Vrij here. This is for Sakti in the home strip. Di Marco. Marcus Thuram has De Vrij for company. We'll come back for Sakti here, and Zelensky is trying to fashion a play that would move the offense. This time it's Barea's chance.
Nice combination.
Martinez,
That could be. No.
Pushed around.
Nice. I love the intensity, the combination, the way to move from right to left, finding that through pass in for Marcus Thuram. Left foot, obviously, not the best position angle, almost, and well saved by the keeper, Jan Sama.
Still the reward of a corner to come. I wondered if maybe there would be some substitutes.
Yeah,
and here we go, here's the pause.
Mkhitaryan will get in, and as well as Lani for Sakti. Fratesi, Mkhitaryan for Nico, and as well Arnautovic and Correa on top. Both player of the week. Sakti, we're still with Di Marco, Dumfries. No, sorry, Carlos Augusto will get in for Di Marco. Carlos Augusto, that seems to be the perfect option to sub Federico Di Marco, that with those fullbacks get drained after 60 minutes of match.
Corner for the Indonesian. Sakti would love a goal from this.
Playing short, eh?
Short towards Mkhitaryan, that is a waste.
1 goal change everything. 1 goal for Nico will make qualify Patterson to the grand final, and 1 goal for Sakti will secure his spot into the grand final. Is now Nico Arnautovic, the turnaround. Arnautovic blocked by Di Vrij.
Looked like he was trying to fashion a left-footed strike there for Arnautovic. That's a big mistake! It's a huge mistake! And it's a mistake that might cost him dearly a spot in the grand final. Nico Priamashvili, the Georgian, scoring again. But what was Sommer doing?
Mistakes, nerves, everything can happen in a competition at the highest level. A sleepy Jan Sommer, quite late, high pressure from Correa, putting it over the net. With new informations, we go, Harry. 1 more goals needs the Georgian over Sakti to put this guy on the screen, the Argentinian, into the grand final. One more. It's not just enough with two, as right now Sakti and Patuksin tie on goal difference, but Sakti one goal score more than Patuksin.
I think Patuk won in the head-to-head. So I'm not sure. We'll leave it to the referees. We will see exactly which way this goes and where the tiebreaker waterfall comes through. Either way, Patuksin was quite happy to see that goal. And Sakti wants to keep it within his favour here as Turov's through. What a save!
What a save! How was that possible? It seems to be an easy goal for Sakti. Look at his reaction. How can he miss that? Now with the screen of Patuksin smiling from what could have been the end of his chances to go through.
15 minutes left. But Taro heads it on just to no one. Only Jan Sommer's there.
Arnautovic can win the header. Is the right? Is the now Sakti going forward, high up the pitch, looking for Lautaro Martinez winning another header. As Lani looking for Dumfries, but easy for Federico Di Marco. Now quickly going high up the pitch, but it's blocked. And possession get back to Sakti. They're quickly sending the ball to Marcus Thuram. Deflected and wasn't able to connect with Fratesi. Quickly going high up the pitch. Arnautovic, look at the run. The tall, big, and Arnautovic is getting into the box. Augusto. Nico, which is going for the win and for score more goals.
3 minutes left. And it's the Georgian Nika Amashvili who is in the ascendancy here.
Drama.
How many minutes
Last
left?
3 minutes.
3 to go.
Oh, the breach finally cleared the ball. It will be one of the last ones. The misclick, the rebound. Drama, what's going on? Will be the last one for Sakti to secure the spot.
Oh, it ends the full-time whistle.
And I think he doesn't know what's going on, if he's through or not. As well for the Argentinian, I will be the referees who decide what's going on at the final table, as everything is tied.
It is confusion here. We'll see it in the final table later on. We'll let Semra and the referees confer and figure out exactly what that means, but the respect between the two.
And
that was a great game, Alex. It was a fantastic standalone game, regardless of what happens.
Obviously, it was. In the momentum he was suffering the most, Nico found a way with that counter to put the lead and to win 3-on-3 victories today so far. 9-on-9 for the German man from Georgia. In an outstanding way. When we got the replay, this is the chance. When everything looked like it was Sakti able to clear that one, appear the guy, the Argentinian Lautaro Martinez, to put it at the end of the net. And from that moment, Sakti completely lost the sharpness and the confidence into his gameplay, and it was getting better and better, Nico. And Nico that finally got his chance to put it when we go a chance now for Sakti. Varela, quite envy getting the ball from it, the rebound. And now, here, the moment of the game, Jan Sommer with a pass.
Too much time.
Yep.
Took way too much time.
You don't expect it, definitely.
That could well spell danger for Sakti. We are not yet 100% certain, but either way, that was some game. There were mistakes, there was clinical finishing. This save even by Sommer with 15 minutes to go. I think Apriyamashvili there, Semra, knew he got let off with one. If Sakti is through and it's a rematch of that game in the final, then that is going to be some final later on.
It certainly is. And guess what, Harry? Taking a look at the final standings, we do have the results. And it's, as you said, Sakti managed to eke his way through. It's unbelievable because he has the same points as Patuksan, the same goal difference. What it's come down to in the end was head-to-head and goals scored.
Goals scored, the second tiebreaker, I think. Wow.
Yeah, so there you have it. Doesn't get any tighter than that. Well, let's get the immediate reaction of Sakti, who is with Alex, as he now has received the official confirmation that he is going to be having a rematch in the grand final.
How crazy is that, Harry Semra? Losing your game, but somehow making it to the grand final. Huge congratulations, Sakti. You will have another chance to face Nico into the grand final, and that one, let me say, is the important one.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I will try my best in the last grand final. So unbelievable. Many people here play very good. I have to do my best.
It's a unique opportunity. I know you will appreciate it. And I think it's the momentum. Another chance to prove why you want to be at the World Finals.
Yeah, because it is my dream to represent Internazionale Milano, and I want to be the world champion in this year.
Well, Sakti, any message you want to send to your people at home before the grand final?
Terima kasih untuk teman-teman semua dari Indonesia. Mohon minta doanya, semoga saya bisa menang dan bawa piala ke Indonesia untuk menyusul Huda dan Romi.
Well, that's the message from Sakti Sulistyo, which surprisingly everyone is into the grand final. And let me say, Indonesian playing grand finals are really, really dangerous to beat.
They are indeed, as we've been seeing time and time again. Well, he only has a handful of minutes here to get himself ready because they're up first, actually, for the first of two grand finals of the day. And on paper, you would say the Georgian is probably looking as though he really is the one to beat in this. A clean sweep of victories, 9 points on the board. Sakti only managed to pick up just one victory en route to the grand final for today. But he does have a brilliant opportunity, now that he knows what's exactly in front of him, to actually correct those mistakes and take advantage and maybe exploit some of the weaknesses, if there are any, of course, in the Georgians' game.
Yeah, amidst all of the confusion there, what we cannot let slip under the radar is how impressive Apremashvili has been. I mean, 9 points from 9, it's not easy to do at this type of event, and if he wins one more, not only is he going undefeated on the day, he will be going to Tokyo thanks to that undefeated record. So he is one match away. I don't think anyone really saw that coming at the start of today as an unknown quantity coming through. It's so tricky to do. When you look at the players in that group as well, wow, it could be a fairy tale.
It certainly could, and I love it sometimes when you don't see something like that coming, and then out of nowhere, a huge surprise for all of us.
Well, definitely lucky is part of the competition, and sometimes you need the lucky on your side to become champion. No, somehow Sakti will have a second chance, and in the Nico side, he beat everyone already in the group stage. He doesn't need to be afraid of any of his opponents, and obviously not against Sakti, but it will be a sensational finals to watch. And Brazil, Turkey, Georgia, Indonesia. Maybe we got two new countries into the World Finals if Arda, Golazo and Nico can reach the trophy and lift the trophy today later on. So pretty excited. It's everything, Harry Semra, to be decided in just a few moments. The season is almost over, so let's go for it.
2 matches left.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. We've got Sakti. We've got Apremashvili.
Sakti, yeah, you are qualified. You are qualified. It's true. It's true. Come on.
It's really happening. It's really happening. You're in the grand final. Yeah, so there you are. The live images of both of them as they head out here for one final epic duel. You can see the nerves, both of them swaying. It's understandable. I mean, there's so much on the line here. There's so much riding here. It really is exciting, though, you have to say.
It's very exciting. It's what we as competitors, commentators always look forward to. It's these do-or-die matches with everything on the line, especially at this end of the season, the business end. After the months and months of training and practice, this is your last chance. This is the last chance saloon.
And let me say, it wasn't that far. The game until the first goal of Nico was Sakti playing really well. Now it's the final. I don't know if Nico feels something different to be in the final. Maybe not, because he's just focused that he has beat this guy before. But to be honest, sometimes opportunities arrive and Sakti has another chance. That's positive always.
What do you think, guys? Is it going to be Apriamashvili who makes it 4 from 4, or is Sakti going to launch a little bit of a spanner in the works here for the Georgian?
This time, let me say, I don't want to bet on it. What I wish the most
you don't have to bet, you can just give me a name.
Is to not have another mistake as Sakti made in the second goal. Just to have a good game, just made the best will win. And I go, if I have to say, Sakti, why not?
Wow.
Okay, wow.
The destiny.
I thought he was going for the fence sitting, but okay, I'm glad he came out with a...
I go with the destiny.
In that case, I will go with Apriamashvili. He'll take a famous victory back to Tbilisi, I think.
I like it. Good storylines on either side there. Well, let's see then who it is who's going to be reigning supreme and heading over to Japan in July. Enjoy it. The epic grand final for mobile between Apriamashvili and Sakti.
Grand finals time. The final grand final of what has been a long club event season for the eFootball Championship 2025. Inter Milan, the famous blue and black shirt, will be donned in Tokyo for one of these two great competitors. Apriamashvili, the 22-year-old Georgian, who has come out of nowhere onto people's radars here in Milan, going up against the Indonesian Sakti, the man mostly known for console play, plying his trade for mobile, having just lost this match, now has a chance at redemption for the ultimate prize, to represent Milan and join his Indonesian friends, his Garuda brothers in Tokyo, of which there are already 3 off the top of my head. Alex, what a game we have in front of us for all of the marbles. Wow, what a day it's been.
The moment has arrived. That's the point. How long was the trip for these guys to make it through Milano? Just enjoy the city, the food, the weather, and the lovely experience which is being here at the Milan, Italy, traveling from Georgia, from Indonesia. It's a unique opportunity for them, and thanks to that, to eFootball, to Konami, to make it possible. But one extra opportunity and experience, it appears now. The one winning this game will be in Tokyo, Japan in just a few months later, and that will be a massive opportunity. Nico, focus on the left hand side, and Sakti in a mix of feelings like surprise, confidence, happiness, but somehow they need to be clear. They have to perform, they have to leave those nerves behind, because the moment is now. Just 6 minutes it takes a mobile match, 3 minutes per half. It's not that much time. You cannot concede mistake. You need everything that you have learned through those thousands of games you have played before this moment, and to put it into the next 10-15 minutes that could take overall a match. So it's pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited for them. Huge moment. Huge moment.
It is so tense. And you have to remember at this stage of the season what you are fighting for and who you are doing it for. We heard Nika Apriamashvili say in the interview before he played his first match, his 2 brothers helping him prepare. It's been a challenge for him being far from home, but he wants to do it for them. He remembers all of the people that got him to this point. As for Sakti, he said, well, I went to Tokyo in 2023, but I didn't perform as I would have liked. He said, this is my last chance for the World Finals this year. It comes down to this game. It really is a crossroads. Do you move forward to Tokyo by way of Milan, or do you go home?
That's it. That's the competition, Harry. Talking about brothers, why not? Surely the brothers of Nico has to be in a really close level to him, and I'm seeing how strong he's coming into the competition. Why not having one of these brothers in the next season, as we saw with Chomkata, Jamon, those Thailand brothers performing so well. We saw in the past the Polish brothers, Silo and Ostribak. When we go through the grand final, tactics gone, 5 center back in any of the side, similar formation, replay of what just we saw in the last match of the group stage, but will be the same story. Will be the Georgian Niko Premashvili able to overcome his opponent, to beat him once again? Because now anything that happened before doesn't matter. It's time to prove it. It's time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. Grand final here at Milano to decide who will be the club event finals and represent Inter Milan at the World Finals. Harry, it's time.
It is time, and we are underway. The undefeated Apriamashvili in the Inter blue and black home strip. You know it well. Sakti in the all-changed white strip, attacking the left-hand goal, has a throw in here early on. And having just lost 2-0, he would love an early goal.
Let's see if we take the initiative with now a good combination with those headers, and that run of Zielinski could be a really important key of those attacks by Sakti. Now, look at the pressure. Lautaro 3-on-3, eh? Marcos Thuram de passing, Lautaro!
Oh, it's I said he would love an early goal! And Marcus Thuram says, all right, yeah, that sounds pretty darn good. Sakti in front in the grand final.
Indonesia leading in a final, ladies and gentlemen. The destiny said to him that was able to have a second chance against Niko, and so the moment so far he's approaching it. What a great combination. What a next extra pass, simply perfect.
I can almost hear those Garuda drums in my head, Alex.
Yes!
And that's what it means.
It's just the start of the game, still a long time to go. And now will come the response from the Georgian, from Niko, on possession.
Took just 7 minutes after failing to score in 90 in the match prior to this. It's a different beast, this one, though. We're in knockout football, so we need a result from this. Extra time and penalties on hand if they're needed. Apriamashvili just can't seem to break through that midfield, and as you say, Sakti's able to predict that play. That is a mistake. 3-on-3 at the back. Who can Barella find? It's Marcus Thuram.
We'll see if
unsuccessful.
If the score keeps going like that, Harry, Sakti will need to be really strong mentally to not to slow down that much his pace that will concede many mistakes. For the moment, it's been tense, which is the best to do right now, because the pressure will go on from Niko. The long throw for the right. Niko is not able to get the ball easily as before. We'll see this one.
Oh, what a ball. What a ball for Marcus Thuram. Has Lautaro in support here as well. Oh, just took too long.
Look at the celebration. Perfect block. How close was that? If the pass go through, it's 100% goal. Great block by De Vrij.
Celebrated that as if it was a goal. Great block. And it's a corner to come here for Apriamashvili. Swung in, headed away.
Still on the chance. Still on the corner kick.
Çalhanoğlu far side. Lautaro's in there, making himself a nuisance. Another corner.
Yep. You have to be ready to keep the score. Keep the pressure from Niko with another corner kick. Oh, yes!
What an equaliser! A perfect corner kick! Delivered inside the 6-yard box, headed home by Marcus Thuram.
And we saw the smile, Harry? We saw the smile like, hey, finally. Finally, after 2 or 3 attempts, finally, with that wonderful header, Marcus Thuram putting the equaliser for Niko, who get back on track, putting the equaliser and showing why he won 3-on-3 at the group stage.
All square in our mobile grand final. Sakti now.
It will be a really fun final. Let's see.
Within the first 30 minutes, it's certainly been fun. No doubt it will stay that way as the nerves ramp up and that time ticks on. DeMarco here for Apriamashvili.
Great ball, eh? Somehow the Marcos Thuram is making some wonderful EA movements. Oh, the mistake.
Oh, that's a big mistake. And Lautaro's there trying to get on the end of it. Shalhanulu.
Finally is able to fix it. Sakti and now runs high above the pitch but losing the control. No timings, no accurate passes. We'll see if that forced a mistake or no.
See, well, since conceding, it's
so nerves happening.
Apriamashvili has been in the ascendancy. He would love another goal before half-time. Marcus Thuram turns in the box. It's Lautaro! Right before half-time, Lautaro Martinez for Inter and for Apriamashvili puts him in front. And he's just about 45 minutes away from having his hands on one of those two trophies.
And the reality that Nico has found how to go through those defense line that is putting Sakti Sulizio into the game. He's finding solutions so easily, and it was a matter of time to have another good chance. What a way to turn over the score. Everything, 3 goals in the first half when we got paused. When you go some substitution, is Sakti making some changes because he can't stop the Georgian. He can't stop Nico Apriamashvili, which is leading, ladies and gentlemen, the grand final.
Play resumes. Still time on the clock here in the first half. Zielinski is really making himself a nuisance.
3 minutes added on.
It's Apriamashvili who wants to just go forward and attack. Defensively, he's been breached once in this game.
If I'm not wrong, it will be history made in e-sport in Georgia. Will be the first Georgian into the grand final, into play the world finals, and that's massive.
What a story that would be.
But still 45 minutes left, and Sakti that surely has something to say into this grand final. Let's see the kickoff.
They swap sides, but the strips remain the same. It is still the Georgian in the home strip in possession currently.
All right, oof, that was critical. Playing on blue now. Nico tried to push some pressure to Sakti to run out of position, but he's himself losing the ball. And that will be long through for Sakti. Playing, looking for Marcus Thuram. Thuram for Varela. Sakti in the left-hand side connecting with Piotr Zielinski. With that stunning long ball looking for Lautaro. Building up his play from the back, but finally losing the ball. And it's the counter from Nico. Nico that say, Harry, it's a grand final. I will not risk too much playing on blue. Save my back. And let's see if I can get any extra chance. So we'll see.
It's a valid tactic. His corners and his pressing, his counters have been very, very good up to this point. There's a reason he's been undefeated here at the Milan Club Finals. A real underdog story. Came in as an unknown quantity. We did not know what to expect, but he's proving himself time and time again. Sakti has to dig deep here with Lautaro Martinez.
Sakti now with a good chance will be offside. Those quick counters for Sakti seems to be difficult to perform, but somehow he needs to find solution to put some pressure because time is running. Now substitution on, and the man from Georgia, Nico Apriamashvili, now putting some Mkhitaryan, Fratesi, Arnautovic, Correa, and Aslani. On the other hand, we see Sakti with Mkhitaryan, Fratesi, Aslani, Carlo Augusto, and the missing change won't be made. Pretty interesting. Both similar formation work on for different players. And we are almost ready to go. Harry, it's the last pause mostly for the grand final, and Sakti needs something else.
Number 23.
He does. It's approaching midnight in Jakarta at the moment. He
It's
will
crazy,
need
midnight.
to dig deep in order to make sure the Garuda fans at home have not stayed up in vain. So far, though, Apriamashvili has looked confident and comfortable. He's in possession here. To red bar mentality now for Sakti, going a bit more offensive to try and press.
All right, those through balls is like random sometimes, but because you don't want to lose the ball in that position, so you prefer to make a long pass. If you lose the ball, you lose the ball there. 15 minutes left, Sakti going offensive, but having a hard time to go through to connect with Lautaro and Marcos Thuram.
Well done.
Yep, he's doing a great job defensively now, Nico.
10 minutes in game stand between him and a trip to Japan.
Oh, misclick now. That will be a chance of Sakti. Dumfries is out of position, but look at that defensive run by Fratesi, forcing the mistake. Samar, oh my goodness, I was...
Not like that. You don't want that to happen at this stage.
Heart attack.
5 minutes to go.
Smart. Look at the pressure. 5 minutes left for the glory to be at the World Finals. Korea 1v1 with Pavard.
I think he wins this, does he? No, Pavard is there. Last chance saloon here, really, for Sakti to get one back and force us into extra time. Mkhitaryan. Lautaro back to Enric Mkhitaryan. He's dispossessed by Pavard. There's only 1 minute added on, and the ball crosses the halfway mark. And Apriamashvili celebrates because he will represent Inter Milan at the eFootball Championship 2025 World Finals. Georgia, stand up, because your man is champion of mobile here today.
History is made, Harry. We were almost saying at the same time. Lovely to see Nico Apriamashvili, well-deserved, winning every single game so far he has played today. And that's a massive,
Undefeated, wow.
Oh, it's incredible. And it will be a contender because winning in such a passionate way as he did today at the World Final, like, look, this guy is not a surprise anymore.
He did not ever let anything get to him. He always looked cool, calm and collected. It was almost like he was telling himself, it's just a game. And he played that game perfectly, despite Sakti scoring first.
Let me say, he proved he's a human. No, he started with some nerves. Sakti approaching it, as we see, with that wonderful goal, one of the best goals so far of the day, taking the lead. Look at the celebration. Sakti saw that potential victory after that goal, but somehow Nico came back with everything under control and put his rhythm, put his pace, and was unstoppable for Sakti, who did his best, did a great match, and he has to be really proud of his performance so far. He did, and you know, competition, that corner kick changed everything, no? Because with just 25 minutes played, 1-1, give another prospect to the final, and from that moment, Nico was the best.
He was indeed. That is the goal you just saw by Lautaro that makes our nation count at the World Finals up to 8 now as Georgia enters the fray. Thanks to Apriamashvili. What a performance in a final. Commiserations to Sakti. He fell at the final hurdle. Oof. That could have been just disastrous, but in the end, it's the Georgian who stood head and shoulders above everyone else here today, Semra. Underestimate him at your peril. He is your champion.
Ooh, underestimate him indeed. And quite a way to be crowned as champion too. Completely undefeated. 4 matches from 4, 4 wins from 4. It certainly is sending out a very big message to his opponents who will be awaiting him in Tokyo. So good luck to everybody who's going to be facing him, because, you know, he was an unknown quantity going into today, but now we know what he's capable of, and it certainly is going to be very entertaining indeed to see how it all pounds out for him and everybody else in a few months' time. So there you have it, the official scoreboards. Apriamashvili 2-1 against Sakti. And very well deserved. And you mentioned 8 nations now. Do you happen to have the whole list of all of those nations that are going to be?
Do you want to hear it?
I do want to hear it. I think it's well worth spelling out for everybody.
Yeah, we have 3 from Japan, 2 from Indonesia, and then we have 1 from each of Brazil, Spain, Italy, Thailand, Morocco, and now Georgia.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could be seeing potentially
We can be 9.
1 more.
We can be 9.
Exactly, it can be 9 because if Turkey manages to pull through here through Arda Golazzo against Henriquinho.
But seems to be a top fight. I think those 2 guys are more than prepared to becoming champions today. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't see any favorites between these 2. Basically, you need to throw a coin and see what will happen, because everything will be really, really tight. They are professional, and it will be a sensational match to watch, to take some drinks, sit in the sofa, and enjoy the best eFootball level so far across the world.
He looks like he's feeling very good about this final indeed. Henriquinho looks a little bit more going inward, shall we say. Mindfulness, yeah, I like that.
Probably thinking 48 hours ago I was in this exact position.
Yeah, good point.
Don't think about that. Don't think about that.
Can you not think about that? Maybe
I won't be.
You treat this as a
For me,
news
it's
wouldn't be thinking about
For me,
it.
it's negative. If I think about that,
Yeah.
That's fair.
some nightmare will appear. Yeah.
So for those who might just be joining us now, could you actually just remind us of how it actually played out between these 2 earlier in the day?
Certainly could. We didn't see it on the stream,
We didn't get a
of
chance
course,
to see it.
but I'm not actually sure what the result was there, because it was we elected to watch the resumption or the conclusion, I should say, of the mobile group stages to see who would qualify there. But I heard it was 4-1 in favour of Henriquinho.
Ooh, he's on fire today, isn't he?
Yes.
5-1, wasn't it, in his opening fixture?
Let me
I don't
say,
remember.
I won't rely on that score, because players should be really, really smart. Like, I will let you win to take other confidence, and now you will see later on in the final.
I don't know, mate. That's 9
Everything's
goals
possible.
he scored
That's
already
the point. That's the
today.
point. That's the point. You're right. You're right.
He came with a mission. He came with a mission, which is to be the one lifting the trophy, just missing out the other day. Let's see if he's able to do it then. It should be an absolute blistering clash then between Henriquinho and Arda Golazzo.
Our final match of the club event season. It is Brazil against Turkey. It is Arda Golazzo, the former Inter player, taking on Henriquinho, the man that 48 hours ago was 1 game away from not needing to be here and qualifying for the World Finals, losing the final 2 days ago, 1-0 to the eventual winner, Etorito. One of the best players of all time, by the way, if not the best, so no shame in that result. But Alex, this could be a barn burner. Arda Golazzo is some prospect, 18 years old.
I don't know which story is the best between these 2, because consistency for Henriquinho, who made it through multiple club event finals, and maybe because we're about to see if the last club event final, the Inter Milan finals, will be the ones for him, the ones to make it through the World Finals, or in the other hand, this young guy, Arda Golazzo, to represent once again at the World Finals his former eFootball club, Inter Milan. It's simply 2 different stories, but beautiful ones. Consistency and, the colors that gets under your skin, which in the case of Arda. We'll see. I mean, I completely saw a really better version of Henriquinho today. I wasn't expecting that good. Yesterday in practice, I was having really, really nice references, but as in console they don't play each other, you can really understand what's the actual situation. And Arda was pretty solid, no? I mean, not much defensively, but attacking pretty smart, pretty clinical. So clinical is the keys always in the finals, and expecting to be the momentum of taking the lead, one of the solid point for me into the grand final.
Well, for those just joining us, Arda Golazzo, we've referenced it a few times, Alex. Around the corner from here is where he studies. He studies in Milan, despite being from Turkey. So
like, if he's in studying and winning competition, he's a master.
It really is. That is an impressive thing to do, but a difficult one, especially when you're up against the likes of Henriquinho in a grand finals. You mentioned the colours, they get under your skin. He's been a pro player for Inter Milan before. In one way or another, that shirt almost feels a bit heavier on him perhaps than other players because of that responsibility.
Since then, the World Final, now having the chance to defend your colours against the World Finals, that huge. And it's time to go, ladies and gentlemen, the grand final, the last match of the day to define who will represent Inter Milan into the grand final is underway, Harry.
We are kicked off. Henriquinho in the home strip against Arda Golazo in the all-white, attacking from right to left. He was just 15 years old when he made his competitive debut for Inter in the eFootball Pro. That was 3 years ago. Spent 2 years at the club and now has a chance to represent them once again. Henriquinho on the other side. Former eFootball Pro player himself will have to have a short memory because he was in this exact position just 48 hours ago. Fell by the wayside that time around. It would be heartbreaking to see that happen again, but he cannot think of that now.
Heavy control and that could be the perfect counter for Henriquinho. 3-on-3, Lautaro, Joaquín Correa, Lautaro! Bisek on the right time to block that pass, and quickly with that clear, trying to surprise Henriquinho, which is again on control of the ball, but quickly missing it. Mkhitaryan, that player is one of the keys of this Inter Milan, no? To connect with him, to go through him.
Nice ball.
Zielinski, the left midfielder, completely alone in the left-hand side for Arda, trying to connect with someone. Barella, nice. The cross! Oh, what a save!
First big chance of the final.
Hectic pace so far at the moment is now Henriquinho having a hard time to build up his play, when now finally could have the chance to get the possession. And Marcus Thuram playing on, but quickly losing the ball.
A good read by Arda. On national duty for Turkey, they took a lot of pride in their defensive
the space is there.
Look at this, nice save, but it's not enough. Arda Golazo in front. Here in the grand final, Lautaro again.
Pretty smart formation so far for Arda Golazo. Zielinski has been a pain for Henriquinho. Every single time he gets the ball, forced Henriquinho to deeply open his formation, and he's get in with those through passes and found out Marcus Thuram first and then Lautaro Martinez, and he's the man from Turkey. Arda Golazo leading the grand final.
Right place, right time, as he often is. Lautaro Martinez. Muted celebration from Arda. He knows this will be a long final. 1-0 to him though.
Now the chance for Henriquinho with the kick of Marcus Thuram. The pass, Lautaro! Samba in the kickoff for the equalizer of Henriquinho. Enrique Mesquita, ladies and gentlemen, with a fast response, back on track.
Samba football from the Brazilian. Did not want to be behind for very long, immediately following the goal.
He made this goal for the time today. He's overconfident with that turn, without the sprint, with Marcus Thuram, and that pass is like if Thuram has 99 of pass, wonderful executed. Easy for Lautaro Martinez at this time. For Henriquinho, put the ball at the end of the net, 1-1. Let's restart the final, here we go.
1-1 as you were. The reset button hit, but I think that one will sting for Arda. I was just saying moments before his goal, Turkey, their players, they like to be defensively strong. Think of Mujahid, of course, national teammate of Arda, time and time again. Has to defend this as well, as Henriquinho has him within his sights here. Lautaro on the turn into the box, fakes once, fakes twice, is tackled
rebound.
eventually. And cleared.
Let's see if Henriquinho can control the ball and find the space behind. Correa! Para Brazil! Henriquinho! What really happened? Once and again, Enrique Mesquita finding solution inside the box, connecting with Correa to put the ball into the net. What a way to turn over the score, to turn over the tables. Brazil is leading, Harry. Wow.
Really nice touch in the box, the heavy touch backwards. Catches the defence off guard. And I think these two knew there would be lots and lots of goals in this final. No one celebrating too early. But from 1-0 down, Henriquinho leads us here.
Even with that, this game will be decided by fine margins. That is that defense. And now the chance. Oof, what's a bar? That free kick from Arda Golazo.
3 goals in 25 in-game minutes here in our grand final. This could be the highest scoring final, I think, that we've seen at our club events if the trend continues this way. Zielinski.
Let's see if that second goal is a game-changing moment for Henriquinho for the final. We will have the response for Arda. Great recovery.
Very good tackle.
Yep. That's not enough, eh? No control now at the moment so far. 15 minutes left of this first half. Now Arda connecting back. Really tight the markings from the defenders of Henriquinho. And now with some time for relief, the mistake appeared from Arda. The counter, Lautaro.
Oh, can't get onto it first.
Sommer surviving the chances of Arda into this final. A potential third goal will put really difficult chances for Arda to bring home the trophy.
He set up his inter-team really well, Henriquinho. You can tell there's barely any time on the ball for Arda to try and make things into his own hands, into his own game plan here. And
wonderful build-up play. But better defense.
Yeah, he can't weasel his way into open space that time around. Nice holding of the ball by Barella. And here he is on the overlap.
You need to connect with someone in the center lines. Zielinski turning around, waiting someone, connecting with Mkhitaryan, Varela for Mkhitaryan, not the right timing, well defended. Now the counter by Henriquinho, connecting with Joaquin Correa, Slani, quickly for Varela, waiting the movement of his countrymates.
Half-time coming soon. Just under 2 minutes plus stoppages. Great time to get yourself a goal.
One of the last chances so far of the first half. Important, really important moment to not to concede in any of the sides right now.
2 minutes added on. Zielinski.
Great defense.
Will it be a last attack of the half here going the way of the man from Turkey? That's a really nice layoff here to Mkhitaryan.
It's the momentum.
Zielinski's near side. 3 white shirts to find.
The equalizer!
No! I think it will be a corner.
He got it on time. We'll see. As we saw on mobile, a corner kick was crucial into the grand final. We'll see on console.
Oh, he's come a long way. The keeper. Oh, that's an important touch. And it's kicked into touch.
That was
1 to Henriquinho going into the second half.
That was a pretty smart corner kick from both sides. Henriquinho trying to predict the angle of that corner kick with the manual goalkeeper and somehow running back to touch it again. What a tight match. 2-on-2 chances scored by Henriquinho. And it's Arda who needs to step up a little bit to force some extra pressure over Henriquinho, because now is the Brazilian starting the second half of the grand final with that 1-goal lead. That could be enough.
This is the biggest 45 minutes of the season for these two especially. It's the final chance to qualify through one of our partner clubs for the World Finals. Arda Galazzo trails here, attacking the right-hand goal for this second half. Henriquinho in possession.
Look at the ball,
He's finding gaps left and right. Lautaro with the super cancel as well. Over to Thuram. No one could get on the end of it, sadly.
That was a nice try from Henriquinho. We'll see in the momentum, because Arda will try to reach his line in some minutes if the score keeps like that, and that could open the door for Henriquinho to score the third one and the definitive one. Arda with Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Chip ball to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan waiting the movement. Yeah, they found the through ball to Lautaro, but Lautaro quit that far to his teammate, forced him to lose the ball. Barella again for Arda. Arda waiting the run of Denzel Dumfries. Quickly.
Nice switch.
That wonderful one. Zielinski with some spot to shoot, to pass, to fake shot, to dribbling behind. The double touch as Lani. What a defend.
Oh, that's a really late challenge. And the referee, I think, will pull that one back eventually. But for now, Henriquinho is in search of his third. He's been going forward all day. Zielinski into the box towards Thuram.
Still on, eh?
Still alive. Aslani is dispossessed, and now, as you say, Alex, this counter is truly menacing. Near side Mkhitaryan.
Now stop it a little bit. He needs to get back to support of the players. And a wonderful change. Again. Always Zielinski there, and seems to be not important at all for Henriquinho. Arda, Mkhitaryan!
Left that stanchion holding the net up, shaking behind the goal, and we've just ticked over the 60-minute mark. I wonder if there's substitutes in play now for the final half hour, potentially the final half hour, if we don't see an equaliser from that man.
I love the point of Henriquinho to not to get concerned of that player from Arda, Zielinski, hugging the line, and he simply don't care. He's like, you want to play with him? Play with him. I will wait you behind. I won't be conceding the same mistake that I did in the first half, which is going for the pressure over him, leaving behind, opening my lines to make your life easier. We'll see. Substitution on. Everything over the table, because the last 30 minutes remaining to decide either Henriquinho or Arda Galazzo will leave the trophy today.
As it stands, Henriquinho, who came really close 2 days ago here in Milan, is on track at the second time of asking to qualify for this year's World Finals.
We'll see.
Still time. Lots of time at that. Arda Galazzo here with Thuram. He's kept his run going. I think the defender kept his nerve there, followed that run, and it's a corner.
They are forcing too much that situation that is pretty predictable by Henriquinho. Good try. We'll see the corner.
Front post towards Correa, the knock on. Sadly, no one there.
Sometimes you need to do something else differently just to confuse your opponent a little bit. If you try the same action every single time, your opponent could start to read your options and your tactics.
Too strong there for Thuram to get on the end of it.
Intense final, Harry, like the one we are living here right now. I don't see what's going on. Everything can happen. Details. And I'm thinking on an extra goal somehow. I don't know for who, but a goal will happen. I feel that.
Mkhitaryan, look at the space for him. Arda Galazzo wins the ball back. Martinez and Thuram cutting some lonely figures up there up top, but he's worked it really well here. Correa one-on-one near side, can't quite beat his man with the
nice defense.
With the feint, really good defending.
Almost perfect. Now the long through, Look at that. If it goes directly, I'll play short. Play short. Nice block, Carlo Augusto, the rebound. Okay. Possession for
a throw-in.
Henriquinho.
Really close to that corner flag, but it went out for a throw-in, I believe, and more changes.
Yeah, it is needed. It is needed. Now Arda seems to be over the edge into this grand final, putting an extra winger just to put some super pressure over the shoulder of Henriquinho and just need to save the score, defend those aggressive tactics that Arda is putting on right now.
Wow, look at that.
Everyone on top.
Why not?
He thinks that if he wins ahead of maybe with Marcos Thuram, just accumulating many players will be enough to go through over the defense of Henriquinho. We'll see. But the reality is that every single time Henriquinho will go forward, have a lot of freedom to play, to churn, to gain some time, and why not? Score the third goal.
He is going to go for it. This club means the world to Arda. Made his debut for them at 15 years old. He would not want to leave anything on the table.
Look at the run, look at the spaces now. The new formation of Arda is leading Henriquinho, but now we'll see. Now attacking,
Right.
let's see if Henriquinho can survive the new formation.
Survive, he will have to, because look at
the
the white
spaces.
shirt. Into the box, oh, just turned into the defender there.
He was opening the way to go through and shoot directly instead of turn and shoot.
But that's a first glimpse of that new blitzkrieg formation, if you will, by Arda Golazo.
There are that many players during the attack that they overlap each other. Unlucky there for Arda. Henriquinho breathing a little bit.
In game minutes, Alex. Final 10 approaching.
It's nothing. It's practically nothing. We'll see. 3-4 more action to happen. And now Arda on possession.
It's been a good spell for him.
Bastoni hasn't a good pass. He needs to play safe. He needs to play simple. Bastoni, easy pass to Aslani. Now, yes, good
nice
passing.
run.
The cross, no. The secondary chance.
Oh, it's really scrappy.
Still the challenge.
Bastoni will recover. Switch opportunity. Doesn't go all the way to the near side here. I think that's who he was aiming for.
Oof. Okay, it's okay.
Final 5 minutes is on the horizon here. Arda is chasing an equaliser that would send us to extra time.
He's doing pretty well so far right now. Henriquinho, the Brazilian, is really close, but here comes Arda.
Into the box here with Lautaro. Can he get it right this time around?
What a predict, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect predict.
Again from Henriquinho. What a prediction.
Oh, the mistake. No, that was pretty close. He was like, I know what you're going to do. Please do. I'm here for you. 10 minutes remain.
How much stoppage time added on, I wonder. I don't think there will be that
3,
much. The
4
ball
maybe?
has stayed in play for quite a lot. There's been no goals in the second half, so let's see what the number is. It's only 2, so it has to go forward now for Arda.
Is it a chance?
Into the
force the
second
extra
of 2
time.
now. Has to win this header. He does so. Correa down to the near side towards Dumfries, but for Tacey, he wins the ball, and Henriquinho, I think he can taste the sake in Tokyo.
He made it. He made it. Enrique, you made it.
For Inter Milan, Henriquinho! Champion in Milan. It took him 2 opportunities, but he did not want to let this one go by the wayside. He wins the console final. 2 goals to 1, and will represent Inter Milan at the eFootball Championship 2025 World Finals.
Parabéns, monstro. Parabéns, Enrique Mesquita. World finalist once again, and this time in a passionate way. We all know how much every single player sacrificed to be at this stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy. Just to be between one of the best 16 players across the world is not easy. The sacrifice, not just this year, from many years from this young, still young Henriquinho, is simply amazing.
24 years old.
It's incredible. Enrique, you made it, man. Congratulations, parabéns. As well, congratulations to Arda. Things happen, only one can win, and we have to see him on the next opportunity for sure.
This all day long, the fact that it meant so much to him to be here in Italy for his father, the fact that he was able to win in almost some ways. It's almost like a double victory, if you will, because he has that pride now that he can take back with him as the champion for today, but also to do so on the soil that is so very important to his father. And he really deserved it today, you've got to say. I mean, 9 goals in the group stage. Obviously, it was much closer in the second matchup, you could say, against Arda Golazo. But credit to him, hats off, because he really pulled out all the stops for today, and you can see how much it meant to him when that final whistle was blown.
What is incredible is both of our finalists, our champions here today, both console and mobile, came from behind in their respective finals. Apria Mashvili, of course, conceded first. As we just saw, Arda Golazo against Henriquinho took the first goal. But you're so right. And honestly, if I could speak Portuguese, I would be probably tearing up at the interview that's to come, because I think this means more than anything after all the trials, tribulations, to get in. I mean, this is storybook stuff for Henriquinho, with everything you've mentioned about his father, and this is the last opportunity to guarantee your spot at the World Finals. There's a reason we saw all of the emotion, him collapsing, and it's great to see the 2 young former eFootball Pro members embrace there. For Arda, my heart breaks. He has such a bright future ahead of him.
He is at least 18, so yes, he has a long career ahead of him.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see where it progresses.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our champions for the day. I believe Alex is once more with Henriquinho, and obviously his reaction pretty much said it all. But nonetheless, I would still love to get the thoughts of him heading to the World Finals.
Well, here we are. Enrique Mezquita, you made it, man. You made it once and again to the World Finals. Can you believe it? ¿Puedes acreditar?
Não tenho muitas palavras nesse momento. Estou muito feliz. Eu até comentei com meu pai. Ele perguntava o que eu queria ganhar, qual eu queria ganhar, e eu falei que eu ia ganhar a Inter. Isso há uma semana atrás eu falei com ele. Fique tranquilo que eu quero ganhar o da Inter. Eu jogo muito bem de Inter. E graças a Deus aconteceu.
He has simply no words. He has suffered a lot to make it possible, and he said many times with his father that Inter was the one he was really looking forward to win, and he finally made it. Enrique, how many years competing, how many years fighting to be there, to be the number one? This is a simple question to you. It is 2025, the year to see Henriquinho lifting the trophy as a world champion.
Acho que essa temporada tem jogado muito bem. São muitos anos jogando isso, mas eu me sinto completo hoje. Eu sei tudo que tem no jogo, eu treino muito, abdico de muitas coisas no meu dia a dia para conseguir chegar a esse momento, e graças a Deus eu consegui. Porém, o objetivo final é ser campeão mundial, é o meu sonho, e eu vou treinar muito mais para conseguir realizar.
The ones who follow Henriquinho really close knows how far he is trying to be number one and become world champion one day. He's getting closer, he's playing well this year, he keeps constantly learning, and why not? This 2025 can be the moment. One thing before, anything you can say to your family, para familia, un mensaje, cual cosa, es el momento.
Quero agradecer primeiramente ao meu pai. Tá comigo todos os dias. Foram momentos difíceis nos últimos anos, mas ele foi a única pessoa que nunca desacreditou, esteve comigo o tempo todo. Agradecer aos meus amigos, juntos são mais fortes. A todo o Brasil que torceu por mim. Estou muito emocionado, mas é um momento nosso. Tamo junto.
He wants to dedicate to everyone who are behind him every single time, especially to his dad, who is always believing on his chances to become the best, and he's really emotional, nervous, and Enrique, finally, the moment is now, please. The momentum has arrived.
Yes, the big moment has finally arrived, the well-deserved moment for both of our champions for mobile and console. Guys, on the count of 3, everyone here in the room, help me out with this. On the count of 3, both of you will claim your prize and hoist it up in the air. Ready? 1, 2, 3! Woo! we love confetti here, don't we? Wonderful, wonderful. Mega congratulations to you both. Guys, any final words, any final remarks you would like to say about today's events or even for the season as we say goodbye to everyone?
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Blessed to be here one more time, one more year. I think eSport ball of eFootball needs to keep rolling. More to come, more opportunities. There is many thousands of people that can dream to be part of this one day, and I hope more opportunities to come next year. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Team, Harry, Sembra, the players. Wonderful day, wonderful achievement for all of them. And yeah, Harry, anything else?
I mean, what a great season. Everyone here today and throughout the season has battled so hard, but we look now towards the World Finals. Do not miss it.
Oh, you don't want to miss it, indeed. Well, as you guys said, I do want to say a mega thanks to everyone here in front of the camera, behind the scenes as well, to Konami, to Adrenaline, to Inter for putting on this fantastic show. And also congratulations, not to just all of our champions today and across the whole season, but to all of you who have been here with us, who have participated, who have taken a stab at trying to be here amongst these guys as well, and to everybody who has competed in all of our competitions across the season. You're all stars, and we wish you the very best of luck in the World Finals in Japan. Enjoy it, have a wonderful time, and of course, may the best men win, because we need a champion for mobile and for console. So there you have it. That's a wrap, guys, on our season. Thank you so very much for being here. We do hope you enjoy the World Finals, and of course, we'll catch up with you again sometime soon. Until then, take care wherever you are in the world. Grazie mille. Ciao.
Ciao.
Bravo, bravo.
Thank you.